This audiobook is published and brought to you by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. Production copyright 2022. All rights reserved. This story contains subtle sensuality. This is Wild West Wedding, Book 9 of the Rivers and Ranch series. Written by Caroline Lee. Narrated by Rick Barr. Published by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. Copyright 2016 by Caroline Lee. All rights reserved. Chapter 1. So, it turned out there was an actual, real-life town in America named Moscow. Moscow. Dinky Redfern propped her hands on her hips and surveyed what she could see of the admittedly big city from the mechanic's parking lot, and considered. Moscow. As in the capital of Russia. Surely it had to be named after some other Moscow, right? What possible reason could there be for naming a bustling city after Moscow, Russia? On the other hand, she had to admit that there wasn't anything actually wrong with Moscow, Idaho. The people were friendly, even the mechanic who delivered the bad news, and the burger she'd eaten while waiting on the diagnostic was pretty delicious. And a rudimentary internet search while she waited for lunch had turned up some interesting info about the city, like the fact that it was home to Idaho's oldest university. The name had come as a shock, she supposed, but Dinky, or Dink, as her family called her, was prepared to forgive Moscow, Idaho its name. After all, it probably got as cold as Russia up here in the winters, right? She sighed and rested her rear end against the trunk of her beat-up blue sedan, Wanda. The car had gotten her through a lot over the last several years, and it was a shame Wanda had pooped out way up here in Idaho. Wanda had moved her to Dallas 6 years ago, and been with her through 3 apartment moves, and then, this summer, had moved all of Dink's stuff out of the loft she'd shared with Magnus and into her best friend's house, in secret, in the middle of the night, after he'd cheated on her. Yep, steady old Wanda had been a true friend and helpmate many times, and now Dink had to abandon her to the clutches of a mechanic she'd just met. Dink's brother Elvis was the best mechanic she knew, and the one who talked her through many Wanda fixes over the phone. So it felt weird to turn her over to a total stranger. Luckily, the mechanic seemed to understand her attachment to the car, and he did have a nice smile. Dink put a lot of store in nice smiles, and fluffy mustaches, which the man had. Heck, what he had could be considered 2 fluffy mustaches. So Wanda was going into his care, fluffy mustaches and all, and he'd promised to call her once he figured out what could be done. If anything could be done. He said he'd know by the end of the week, but of course Dink didn't have a week to spend in Moscow, Idaho. She had to get to Rivers and Ranch for her sister's wedding. And that's how she ended up leaning against Wanda's trunk, which contained all of Dink's worldly possessions, on a gorgeous autumn afternoon in Moscow, waiting for her ride. Because of this, she was eyeballing each car that turned down the busy street in front of her, wondering which contained the man sent to pick her up. Ellie hadn't said anything more than, "Jace is Will's best friend, and he's coming up today. His text says he'll pick you up." Will was Ellie's fiancé, and Dink heartily approved of him. No, she'd never met him, but could practically hear Ellie glowing through the phone whenever they chatted. Although a relationship between the two of them had seemed unlikely when they'd first met, Will had found an utterly romantic way past all that, and now they were planning a wedding. Or rather, Dink was planning a wedding. Being in between housing, and with a job she could do anywhere, she'd volunteered to do most of the planning from Dallas. And now she was heading on site to finalize everything before the celebration next week. And Will's best man was going to help. She straightened when a small silver SUV pulled into the mechanic's lot. Was that him now? She'd been waiting for an hour and had been fooled twice already. But this time, when the SUV parked, only a few spaces over, the driver didn't get out and head directly into the cramped office. Instead, he unfolded himself from the front seat and peered curiously around the parking lot. When his gaze fell on her, Dink forgot how to breathe, which was a problem because she definitely needed some oxygen around this guy. He was tall. She'd always liked tall men. And dark-skinned, with close-cropped black hair and a wide mouth which was currently set in a neutral line. From the tips of his loafers to the top-button undone dress shirt he wore, he looked like a banker on his lunch break. Totally out of place in a mechanic's lot. Maybe his SUV needed work. Maybe he was just... "Oh, heaven help me. He's coming this way." He was walking towards her, those long legs eating up ground faster than she could blink. Not that she wanted to. And that expressive mouth already pulling into a politely questioning smirk. He was walking towards her, and she still hadn't taken a full breath. And now he looked like he was about to say something, and... oh gosh. He stopped right in front of her. Was this him? Was this the man she'd been waiting for? Wow. Dink couldn't help it. It just sort of slipped out. She stood there beside Wanda, with her head tilted back and her mouth slightly agape as she stared up into a pair of gorgeous light brown eyes and made a fool of herself. Wow, indeed. "Excuse me?" Oh, shoot. Dink backpedaled as fast as she could. "Wow? I mean, like, wow, isn't this a gorgeous day?" She waved both hands beside her, as if trying to take in all of Idaho, while still not able to look away from his beautiful eyes. "Just beautiful, huh? I've never been to Idaho, so I guess I should be grateful I broke down long enough to enjoy the scenery. So, like, wow, you know?" The stranger lifted one brow. He managed to do it elegantly, and Dink didn't think she'd ever met a man she would have called elegant, and made a show of looking to his left and then to his right. She didn't have to follow his gaze to know what he saw. A dirty lot full of broken-down cars parked in front of a brick building on a busy city street. Not exactly paradise. But she smiled as convincingly as she could when she said, "I guess you gotta find beauty in unexpected places." The man met her eyes again and stared down at her for a long minute. Dink felt her heart speed up, and she began shifting her weight from one foot to the other. Was he going to call her out on her idiotic greeting? Or would he play along? Or what? She'd just opened her mouth to say something else, probably something equally stupid, when he changed the subject entirely. "Are you Dinky Redfern?" Oh, wow. He was the man she'd been waiting for. Only her family called her Dink. Everyone else used Dinky since she was so short. "Are you Jace?" The tall man grimaced slightly. Jason Cunningham. Ellie texted and said you needed a ride. She didn't mention the teal, though." "Teal?" "Oh, yeah." Dink's right hand rose self-consciously to fluff her short hairdo. Normally, her color matched her sister's, but last month she dyed a thick teal ombre around the ends of her otherwise blonde-cropped hair, just for fun. Most men called it blue, though. How interesting that Jace saw it as teal, which was her favorite color. "Yeah, I haven't sent her any photos in a while. I guess I just needed a change, you know?" "It'll clash with the bridesmaid dresses, I know that." Of all the things he could have said, of all the polite, chit-chatty nonsense he might have come up with, he had to go with that? Dink bristled. How would you know? After all, she was the one who'd chosen the wedding colors and coordinated the dresses with Ellie. But he just shrugged, seemingly oblivious to her irritation. Will said they were going with a fall theme. Teal seems fairly disharmonious. It took a moment for Dink to figure out what he meant, but once she did, she scowled. Ellie won't mind, Jace. She was going to keep using the nickname her sister and Will used, since he was going to be all snooty. She knows I'm fairly disharmonious already. He had the audacity to nod solemnly, like he was agreeing with her. Agreeing with her? What a jerk. I can tell. He could tell. He could tell? Dink clenched her hands into fists and resisted the urge to stomp her feet like a little girl throwing a tantrum. How dare he stand there in his bankerly clothes and his fancy loafers and his stoic expression and call her disharmonious? What did that even mean? That she didn't go along with the crowd? Well, for Pete's sake, she knew that. She liked being different. But where did he get off, saying that like it was a bad thing? Whereas, a few minutes ago, her brain was all, wow, what a hottie. Now she felt like kicking him in his shin. Sure, he might be good-looking as all get out, but that was no excuse for bad manners. Dink resisted the urge to stick her tongue out at him. And the worst part was, he didn't even notice. He didn't appear to see a single thing wrong with meeting a woman and telling her that she stood out. He'd practically called her odd, and then moving on as if it were perfectly okay. Your car's dead? That proved it. He was a jerk. Dink did her best to swallow her irritation. Not only would she have to spend the afternoon with him in his SUV, but she was going to be stuck working with him for the next week and a half. So, instead of telling him exactly what she thought of him, she simply smiled as sweetly as she could manage and ground out. Maybe. Wanda's a tough old horse, though. The mechanic says he might be able to fix her. You named your car? That brow rose again, only now he managed to look condescending rather than elegant. You don't? Dink snapped, defensively in reply. That would be... disharmonious? A smile flickered across Jace's wide mouth in response to the way she'd finished his sentence. There and gone before he'd even flashed any teeth. But it surprised Dink enough to step back, bumping up against the car once more. I was gonna say silly. Of course you were. Dink glared, and Jace looked like he was fighting to hold back a smile again. And that's when Hagrid decided to stick his nose out from his carrying bag on Wanda's trunk. What is that? Jace took 2 hurried steps backwards when a little black nose and 2 beady eyes pushed out of what he'd assumed was an ugly purse sitting on the trunk of her equally ugly car. The thing made little snuffling noises he'd never heard before. But Dink? What kind of name was Dink, anyhow? Just turned and scooped it up. When she tipped it out of its bag and into her other hand, Jace watched it roll around itself, its spikes bristling protectively, and realized the thing was a hedgehog. This is Hagrid. He's probably just hungry. And that's when she handed it. Him? To Jace. He had no choice but to juggle the little ball of spikes as the thing huffed up at him, and try not to impale himself. The hedgehog had curled up on its back in Jace's palms, with nothing but its nose visible to differentiate it from a pine cone. He lifted it a bit higher, trying to understand why in the world anyone would want to keep one in her purse. Dink, Ellie's odd, flamboyant little sister, had meanwhile lifted the trunk of her sedan. It was packed with suitcases and boxes and 2 gray plastic tubs. While he kept one eye on the creature in his hands, he watched her peel back the top of one of the large tubs, then reach in with both hands to rummage around. When the movement moved her rear end into a position he couldn't possibly ignore, Jace very firmly fixed his attention on her rodent. She was his best friend's fiancé's little sister, which made her almost like family. Annoying, illogical family, perhaps, but not someone whose blue and green leggings he should be admiring. Aha! Eventually she emerged, triumphantly brandishing a small container. Grateful for the diversion, Jace leaned forward just as she peeled the top back to reveal what looked like a puddle of dried oatmeal and a mass of squiggling something. What in the... He backed up once more, repulsed, and she followed him. Oh, just hold still, or you'll scare him. Jace watched, baffled, as she reached into the wriggling mass and pulled out a bug of some sort. She dangled the thing over the hedgehog in Jace's hands. Who wants a nice, juicy mealworm? Special delivery for Hagrid. To Jace's surprise, the animal slowly uncurled itself, revealing a furry white stomach, two not entirely unfriendly eyes, and what he had to admit was a cute set of paws. The thing gobbled up two of the mealworms while laying on its back in Jace's hands, then flipped itself over while he watched, amazed. He likes you now. Glancing up at Dink, Jace raised a brow. You're the one who fed him. Yeah, but you were holding him. Have you held a hedgie before? No. He examined the rodent now trying to crawl up the forearm of his tailored shirt. I've never even seen one up close. He's cuter than I expected. That's when he made the mistake of glancing at her and saw her face bloom into a smile. When she smiled, he didn't see the blue hair or the second set of earrings in her lobes which made her look like an irresponsible teenager. He saw the woman. Hastily, he shoved the hedgehog out to her, all but dumping the animal in her arms. He didn't need to see Ellie's little sister as a woman. A beautiful woman at that. Dinky Redfern clearly was wild and irreverent and irresponsible, and everything he wasn't. And he needed to remember that. When she took Hagrid, Jace hurried to step around her and lift two of the suitcases out of the trunk with a grunt. They were heavy. He stood them on the ground and began to roll them towards his SUV. What do you have in here? He asked, calling out to her over his shoulder. Everything. When he turned back, she was still standing where he'd left her, stroking her pet and looking a little lost. Everything. That one word reminded him of the way he'd felt 2 weeks ago, when his boss had called him into the big corner office to tell him the long-dreaded news. Everything. Everything he'd worked so hard for crashed and burned around him. Everything in his world was stored in an apartment he couldn't afford for much longer than a few more months, unless he managed to land another job soon. Everything. Sighing, Jace made short work of unloading the rest of her everything from the trunk and back seat of her messy sedan. She helped, but their small talk was stilted and polite and avoided any real topics. Finally, she gathered up her personal bags, including the one Hagrid apparently traveled in, and climbed into the passenger seat of his SUV, and they left the lot and headed north. The topic of hedgehogs and rodents lasted them for the first 30 minutes or so, while Hagrid snuffled around Dink's lap and the floor mats. Jace tried not to think about what messes the thing could be leaving down there, but it eventually fell back asleep. He asked another question then, and found out all about Hedgie's extensive sleeping habits and her determination from a young age to own one. Jace didn't say much, because he didn't have much to say. Do you have pets? No. He'd never had a pet in his life. Why not? She seemed genuinely curious. Was she trying to get to know him? Because pets are... How to say it without offending her? Frivolous. They take you away from what really matters. Frivolous? Well, judging by her tone, he'd failed in the not offending her department. Pets, things to love, are what really matters. What do you think matters? Jace kept his hands locked on the steering wheel in the responsible 10-2 position and shrugged. Careers, success, responsibility. He let his eyes flick away from the road for 1 second to rake her garish leggings and off-the-shoulder sweater, Adult stuff. He heard her try to respond, but only a sort of choking noise came out. He considered offering her a bottled water, but then decided against it. With all of her everything piled in his previously pristine rear seat, Jace didn't know if he'd be able to reach his seatback organizer. Finally, though, she took a deep breath. You think having companions and things to love is the opposite of responsibility and adult stuff? I worked 10 and 11-hour days. Having a pet would be the opposite of responsibility. Unfortunately, she caught the part of that sentence he hadn't meant to say and definitely hadn't wanted her to hear. Why the past tense? Don't you work anymore? Jace reached for the radio. Hey, what kind of music do you like to listen to? He asked in a much lighter tone, then turned on his favorite station before she had a chance to respond. She snorted at his attempt to change the subject, but obligingly listened to 8 minutes of Gustav Holst's Jupiter in silence while Jace followed Highway 95 north towards Riston. But when the announcer came on and introduced the next selection, Hector Berlioz's Rob Roy Overture, she groaned aloud. Okay, my turn. And she reached for the dial. Jace's hand twitched to slap her hand away. This was his car, so he controlled the music, but stopped himself at the last minute. Anything to keep her from asking any further probing questions. Unfortunately, that meant he was stuck listening to 10 minutes of classic rock. It wasn't horrible, but her enthusiastic singing and air guitaring were pretty ridiculous. When he couldn't stand it any longer, he was afraid he'd start laughing and drive them both off the shoulder. He switched it back to his classical station. She only lasted through 5 minutes of Chopin's Nocturnes before she turned it back to Def Leppard. Their war for the radio station remained silent, except when she was singing. They simply turned the station when they couldn't stand the other's taste. But as the afternoon grew longer and they got closer to Riston, those interludes were becoming shorter and shorter. Soon, he could only last through one song before reaching for the tuner, and she was snorting with impatience during his Rachmaninoff. When Don McLean's American Pie came on, which lasted forever as far as Jace was concerned, he insisted on the full 1812 overture from Tchaikovsky. After that, though, Dink didn't immediately turn the dial back to the classic rock that had been on her go-to station. Instead, she flipped through the tuner until a shriek blared from the SUV's speakers. Jace winced, expecting her to flip past the static, and was surprised when she settled back in her seat. That's when he realized it wasn't static. It was music, or some approximation thereof. Those were bagpipes? Taking his eyes from the road, he swung his stunned gaze to her. Surely she'd changed the channel, right? But no, she sat there, a smug look on her face like she'd won their little contest, and he fought down the urge to snap at her. He forced himself to concentrate on driving instead. Rock and roll was bad enough, but this? This is fine music in some cultures. Jace gritted his teeth. Then those cultures don't know much about music, do they? Don't be intolerant. It's my turn to choose the radio station. Intolerant? Couldn't she see him? He wasn't intolerant. He'd spent a lifetime dealing with intolerance. Instead of pointing that out and risking more questions he had no desire to answer, Jace swallowed his first retort. And his second. When he finally thought that he was calm enough, he set his jaw and snarled. I think I hate you. Her reply was breezy and irreverent, just like her. The feeling's mutual, I'm sure. 4 minutes of bagpipes later, Jace felt like a swarm of bees had crawled in through his ears to create a hive inside his head. When the players stopped for a breath, he turned the radio off completely. The remainder of the drive to Riston was a silent one, but for the best. If they couldn't agree on a radio station, then they couldn't be trusted to talk about anything politely. They were just too dissimilar. She was, well, she dyed her hair and pierced her ears more than necessary, and wore those boots which looked like slippers, and probably drank her tea out of lumpy mugs she considered artsy. And he was an accountant. They couldn't be more different, but they were stuck working together until next Saturday, and he'd already agreed to Will he'd do whatever he could to help Dink with the wedding prep. It was too bad they couldn't seem to see eye to eye on anything. It would make for a long week. No matter how pretty she was, no matter how much her puckish little grins flustered him, no matter how much he wondered what her legs felt like under those garish pants. Could they even be considered pants? Jace had to admit the truth. The only thing they could agree on was their mutual dislike for each other. Dinky Redfern wasn't for him. She could never be for someone like him. Chapter 2. Dink's here! Ellie wasn't the squealing type, but Dink swore she heard her sister make a noise that wasn't quite a squeal when she came flying down the steps of the quaint log cabin-y house. The sisters met on the front walkway and hugged until Dink had to pull away to take a full breath. Oh my gosh, you're finally here. I'm so sorry about your car, but wow, I love your hair. The color is just so perfectly you. Ellie gave a little bounce as her words tripped over each other. Dink laughed and then held her sister at arm's length and pretended to study her seriously. Miss Redfern, I think there might be something wrong with you. Ellie's giant smile said she knew she was being teased and didn't mind it. You're positively vibrating. Is this normal in brides-to-be? Another not quite a squeal from Ellie, and then, Oh, Dink, I'm so glad you're here. I can't believe I'm getting married. You'd better believe it. A tall, good-looking blond man came up behind Ellie and wrapped one arm around her waist. I've waited too long for this. Ellie rolled her eyes. A few months isn't too long. Most couples take a year or more to plan their weddings. Maybe in L.A., darling. Will, Dink recognized him from their video chats, dropped a kiss to Ellie's temple, and Dink was intrigued by the way her sister blushed prettily. But around these parts, if we see something we like, we snatch it up. There was something in Will's voice when he talked to his fiancée that made Dink glance back over her shoulder at Jace, standing beside his open car door. He had his hands shoved into the pockets of his pressed trousers and, despite being the kind of person she knew would consider snatching up someone to be impulsive and irresponsible, he still looked a little wistful, like maybe he envied his best friend. The pout in Ellie's voice drew Dink's attention back to the couple. You told me you didn't mind waiting for my family and the wedding. The wedding of your dreams, yeah. Will smiled and pulled his arm out from around his fiancée. I don't mind. Just getting antsy is all. Now that your sister's here, she can handle the wedding chores, and we can spend our time looking forward to being Mr. and Mrs. Ellie rolled her eyes at that bit of adorableness. Dink wasn't sure how her no-nonsense sister had ended up falling in love with a man who was obviously full of nonsense. But it didn't seem to matter. Apparently, the old adage about opposites attracting was true, because those two were hopelessly in love. For some reason, the realization made her think of Jace. I'm sure it's obvious by now, Dink. Her sister was still smiling when she jerked her thumb towards her fiancé. But this is Will. Will stuck his hand out for a shake, but Dink was already laughing when she threw her arms around him for a big hug. He chuckled and hugged her back. I'm so glad to finally meet you, Will. I've really enjoyed chatting with you, and Ellie's filled me in on the rest. Dink elbowed him and winked knowingly, which actually made the youngest Weston brother flush. I'm really glad to be here and to see this ranch and to meet the rest of your family. I feel like I'm part of it already. Will cleared his throat. You are, Dink. Once the Westons welcomed Ellie, they welcomed the rest of her family, too. We're all family now. Ellie made a joke about Will withholding the invitation until he met their mother, but Dink wasn't listening anymore. Will's comment about considering everyone family had made her think of Jace, and what Ellie had told her about Will's best friend. Apparently, the two of them had met when they were both pretty young, back when Jace's foster parents had sent him to River's End Ranch for the summers. Had he been happy to be welcomed by the Weston clan? Had he felt like part of the family? Without realizing it, she had turned away from the happy couple to catch Jace's eye. She'd spent the last several hours with him and still didn't know anything more about him than what Ellie had already told her. Oh, she knew he was stuffy and restrained and blunt and pretty much the opposite of Dink herself. But she didn't know anything more than that. To her surprise, she discovered she really wanted to. "Jace, it's good to see you again." If Dink hadn't been watching Jace, she might have missed the way his features flickered, as if he'd forced aside whatever thoughts he'd been thinking as he watched the sisters' reunion, and smiled at Ellie's greeting. He came forward then, accepting Ellie's hug with more sentiment than Dink had expected, and his smile seemed genuine when he clasped hands with Will. Boy, his smile was... well, it was something else, as Elvis would say. This smile, this real smile, wide and full enough to show Jace's even white teeth. Surely he'd had braces to get them so perfect? Made her feel a little tingly to see. And made her wonder if, despite knowing exactly how opposite they were, and how infuriatingly rude he was, maybe she wanted to see him smile more often. Maybe she wanted to be the one to make him smile more often. Later, they relaxed in Will and Ellie's living room and munched on chips and salsa while they waited for the lasagna to finish baking. Will was stretched out on the floor, chuckling as Hagrid chased after his fingers, while Ellie lounged behind him on a sofa, one bare foot pulled up underneath her. Dink had fallen in love immediately with Indy, the couple's beautiful black and white border collie, and after having fun introducing her to Hagrid, Indy hadn't liked his spikes, was now sitting cross-legged on the floor, scratching the dog's tummy. Jace sat in a chair across the way and just watched everyone else. While the conversation ranged from pets to the ranch to how well the aquatics program had done all summer, thanks to Ellie's management, Jace listened politely, occasionally responding to Will's questions or verbal jabs with a smile or short response. But once it turned to wedding planning, Dink was surprised to see him pull out his phone. She'd always figured wedding planning bored most men, but it was awfully rude to just pull out his phone and start messing around on it, wasn't it? "So Mom and Dad have already insisted that's all the Weston siblings, not just me, find a pastor for the chapel." Dink barely noticed Will's clarification because she was so intent on Jace's rudeness. Was he browsing the internet instead of hanging out with his friends? Checking out social media? Will continued. "Which was lucky, because that means we can have the wedding right here on the ranch, in the Wild West town." Well, that got her attention. "The what now?" Ellie rolled her eyes. "There's this street down the center of the ranch with these old-timey looking buildings. Will's parents had them built, but they haven't been used much. The apothecary building is really the nurse's station and medical facilities for the ranch. The general store is really the camp store. The jail is the office for the ranch security guys. That sort of thing. But some of the other buildings have just been sitting empty, which is lost opportunity." "My parents keep sending us new suggestions, only they're really more commands than suggestions." Dink already knew this, but didn't interrupt Will. Instead, she flicked her gaze towards Jace, who was still fiddling with the phone in his hands. "So this summer they wanted us to find a pastor and install him in the chapel, which we did. Kevin Roberts is a local who just graduated from seminary and seems happy here. So River's End Ranch now has an actual chapel, which means not just Sunday services for us and staff and guests, but we can also host weddings. which was, I'm pretty sure, my parents' intent. Ellie nudged him in the shoulder with her foot, and they both chuckled at each other. Dink was momentarily distracted from her snit, pleased to see her sisters so happy. Are you incorporating the rest of the Wild West town in the wedding? Jace's deliciously low voice drew everyone's attention. He looked expectant, thumbs hovering over his phone's screen, and then elaborated. I mean, you said you're going to use the Wild West town for the wedding. Are you just using the chapel? Ellie shook her head. Miranda at the bakery is doing the cake. Sadie from the saloon is playing the music, and we figured we'd decorate the whole place in a sort of Old West style. Kelsey's in charge of that. Jace was nodding as he began to fiddle with his phone once more. Make the wedding almost a tourist attraction to garner interest? Yeah. Will took over the explanation. Since we're throwing this big shindig, Lily, she's the ranch event planner, suggested we invite whatever guests are already here, for the ceremony at least, and use it as a way to sort of introduce everyone to the new and improved Wild West town at River's End Ranch. And you're okay with that? Dink didn't know why she'd asked the question, other than the fact that inviting strangers seemed a little impersonal. Sure. Ellie shrugged, and when Will sat up from the floor, she took his hand and squeezed. The success of the ranch is important to both of us. Will was willing to wait to give me the autumn wedding I always wanted, so I don't mind letting the photos be used all over the website to try to garner new business. With the big retreat center they're planning now, Wade's got an architect working on it. This place could really boom from events like this. Ellie's a good sport. Will scooped up the now sleeping Hagrid and passed him over to Dink, who had to stop petting Indy long enough to deposit the hedgehog into his carrying bag and tuck him up against the sofa cushions behind her. But she's right. This could be really good publicity for the ranch. So it's up to us to make sure the event goes smoothly and successfully. Jace looked up from his phone, his thumbs still moving across the screen, and smiled reassuringly. Maybe it was that smile, or maybe it was the realization of what he was doing, that slammed into Dink's chest and forced all the air out of her lungs. You're taking notes? When all of them, including Indy, turned surprised expressions her way, Dink wondered if maybe she shouldn't have sounded so incredulous. I mean, she waved her free hand towards Jace and his phone. That's what you've been doing over there? Of course. Trim shoulders, encased in that fancy collared shirt, shrugged carelessly. What else would I be doing? She didn't want to admit she thought he was just browsing a website or texting someone. It's important we keep notes on this entire endeavor so we all know what's being handled, and by whom. Oh. Dink swallowed, suddenly ashamed she thought so poorly of him. Right. That's a good idea. Jace's smile was so fast she might have missed it, but then his mouth settled into its serious line once more. I do have them occasionally, you know. He glanced down at his phone. It sounds like you and Ellie have handled most of the preparations already, so the next 9 days will be about confirming and organizing logistics. Ellie sounded like she was barely holding in her laughter when she asked, Like what? Like what the pastor needs, or who's transporting the cake and flowers. Do the flowers need to travel from the chapel to the reception site? How much time will we have to manage that? Those sorts of things. Giggles escaped Ellie then. Sometimes I can't believe you two are best friends. Will frowned. What do you mean? I mean... Ellie dropped a kiss to the top of Will's head. Jace sounds a lot more like me, with all these questions and logistics management, which you hate. Exactly. Will's grin was so full of love it was almost painful to see. That's why we're best friends. That's why you and I are such good partners, too. When he drew her sister's hands to his lips to kiss her knuckles, Dink blushed and looked away. The two of them. I love you, Elliot. I love you too, Will. Were so in love, it made Dink ache. Had she and Magnus ever been like that? Whatever the two of them shared had ended when she'd realized that he didn't love her as much as he'd claimed. Will and Ellie, though, the way they looked at one another made it clear that whatever it was they had, it was forever. Dink wondered if she'd ever experience that. If she'd ever look at a man and know, just know, that they'd be together forever. The sound of a throat clearing broke the mood, and she was grateful. Anything to distract her from her almost jealous regard of her sister's bliss. Too bad Jace was the one who'd cleared his throat, because that brought him uncomfortably to the forefront of her mind. And where is the reception site? Will turned back to them, but didn't drop Ellie's hand. I don't mind the ceremony being a publicity stunt in the Wild West town, but the party will be beside the river. Of course it would. Anyone who knew how much Will Weston loved his river wouldn't be surprised. Remember that campsite you and I found the summer we were 14? That quick flash of a smile showed, white against Jace's darker skin once again. You sliced my foot open with an axe when you tried to cut that piece of firewood. Hey, I bandaged you back up again. I was up all night. Sure, it was turning gangrenous, and I was going to die. You snored. Jace nodded solemnly, but Dink was sure she could see the smile in his eyes. Was he teasing? It was the sleep of the deserving. I'd given you proper medical attention. It hurt, man. Will snorted. Of course it hurt. It was an axe. I had to practically carry you home the next day. Where your mother provided real medical attention. And then you dragged me back out there to break camp. Will's chuckles finally broke free. I'm glad you remember the place. Oh, yes. Jace nodded again and deadpanned. Plenty of fond memories. Ellie was giggling by that point. Well, that's where the reception will be. It's now accessible by road, and not too far from where the new cabins have gone in. New cabins? Dink was glad for a reason to join the conversation, to distract herself from how human Jace had looked when he joked with Will. Not at all like the convenient, stoic, responsible role she'd stitched him into in her mind. We put in about 15 new cabins along the river last summer, and the rest just finished up about a month ago. The views are gorgeous. You're going to love waking up in the morning. There was something about Will's too casual comment that raised her suspicions. I am? Well... Will's enthusiastic expression faltered, and he looked up at Ellie, who finished for him. Hopefully you both will. Her smile looked a little forced. You see, well, that is... Rooms are a little tight this time of year, and... Dink glanced at Jace to see if he understood what Ellie was saying. Apparently he did, judging from that one elegantly raised brow. So we're staying in the cabins instead? Ellie and Will glanced at each other, but Dink's sister soldiered through. Cabin. Singular. Dink's mouth dropped open in surprise, but no sound came out. Ellie hurried to reassure her. It's a 2-bedroom. We made sure of it. Really, don't worry. She dropped Will's hand to explain, apparently flustered enough to gesture with both hands. I know it's kind of awkward seeing how you just met one another, but Will's house... Our house, hon, Will interrupted. Our house only has 3 bedrooms. One is completely stacked, floor to ceiling, with all of my stuff and furniture from L.A. waiting to be unpacked. I'm in one bedroom and Will's in the other. Ellie took a deep breath, and Dink listened with a detached feeling, wondering why she wasn't angrier about this decision. I suggested that you and I move into the cabin, but Will wouldn't hear of kicking me out, and he can't move in with Jace, because Indy really does need a fenced-in yard, and it would be cramped. It's fine. When Ellie snapped her mouth shut, all eyes turned to Jace, who smiled kindly. It's fine, really. You and Will don't need any more disruption, with all the family coming in and the wedding approaching. I'm sure the cabin will be fine for Dink and me." His light brown eyes flickered over the couch. "And Hagrid." He'd remembered her pet. Dink didn't know what to make of that, considering he'd never had a pet before, and he'd called them frivolous. But he'd remembered Hagrid. Why did that little fact make her stomach tighten? Make her want to like him? He'd taken notes on the wedding planning, and called her taste in music deplorable, and had joked with Will, and hadn't relaxed once since she'd met him. He was a bundle of contradictions, and now he was doing his best to set her sister at ease. Dink reminded herself she disliked him intensely, but maybe not as intensely as she'd previously thought. Cabin? This isn't a cabin, it's a closet. Jace couldn't keep the words from spilling out when the two of them climbed out of his SUV that evening in front of number 16. Sure, it was right where Will had said it would be, and sure, it had a gorgeous view of the river from the front porch, but it was half the size of his apartment back in Moscow. "Oh, it's not that bad." Dink was already rummaging around in the trunk and emerged carrying Hagrid's tub. "It's quaint." "It's a tiny house." "Yeah, a cabin." "No, I mean like the TV show about the people who live in really cramped places. It's a tiny house." Jace jangled his keys in one hand and ran the other across his cropped hair. Will expected him to live here? With her? "I'm impressed, Jace. I didn't think you watched TV." She was already heading for the front door, so he hurried to pull out a pair of suitcases and follow her. "I figured you spent your evenings doing taxes or something." "Yeah, well, that only takes a few evenings each month, doesn't it?" "Not a big dater, huh?" She was trying to balance the tub and work the keys Will had given them into the lock. Jace took pity on her and reached around to work the lock, trying to ignore the alluringly artsy scent of her, and the way his blood pumped when his forearm brushed against her chest. "No," he muttered. "Not at all." Idaho had less than a 1% African-American population. The women he met were either standoffish or intrigued by his mixed race. It had been quite some time since anyone had been interested in the real Jace long enough to actually date him, and none of them had made his pulse thump the way brushing against Dink had. With a push, the door came open, and they both moved a little faster than necessary into the tiny house. And boy, was it tiny. They stood in what could only be called the living room because there was a love seat and a TV in it, and a patio table with two chairs that was apparently intended to be used as the dining table. The kitchen, which looked well equipped, was directly ahead, and a steep, skinny staircase led up the right wall to a loft. "Oh my gosh, this is adorable!" Dink had already put down the tub and was wandering through the house. "Look at this. There's a bathroom back here and a bedroom. Ooh, it's a king-sized bed." Jace snorted. "A king? In here?" The whole house was probably only 10 feet wide. How'd they fit it? "It's like an RV." Her voice floated from the rear of the house as Jace poked around up front. "Very compact. There's a nice closet in here for your clothes." He noticed she hadn't mentioned her clothing, but from what he'd learned of her, she probably kept her leggings or whatever balled up in drawers, whereas he'd brought along his favorite wooden hangers for his shirts. "So..." She came into the kitchen and leaned one hip against the counter. Jace tried not to stare at the skin of her shoulder where her sweater had pulled down. For the first time, he noticed that the sweater was a pale blue, which complemented the color of her hair perfectly. "Where's the other bedroom?" "Other bedroom? Oh, yeah. Ellie said it had 2 bedrooms. He'd been distracted enough by Dink to forget that, apparently. As if pulled by a string, both of their gazes crept up the stairway. Jace sighed, afraid of what they'd find, and then gave a little bow and welcoming gesture. "Ladies first, I guess." She smiled excitedly and kicked off her fuzzy boots to reveal socks with a little pink skull and crossbones pattern. "Stop looking at her socks!" and scrambled up the stairs. Unfortunately, that just meant he was left staring at her backside in those leggings instead, because the only safe way up the stairs was on hands and knees. Jace followed reluctantly to find her kneeling at the top. The loft was 5 feet high at its highest, with the double mattress sitting directly on the floor and no other furniture in sight. One wall wasn't a wall at all, but a banister that looked out over the living room of the tiny house. The lack of privacy was appalling, but at least the place was well made up and clean. He sighed. "I can't believe Will thought this was a good idea." When she turned, Dink was smiling. "Oh, come on. This place is awesome." "It's a tiny house." "Yeah, but it's not horrible." With him sitting on the top step and her kneeling right beside the stairs, he could see the sparkle in her blue eyes. Blue, with enough green in them to be called teal. "I've lived in worse." Jace doubted that and let her know with a snort. "I've known Ellie for long enough to know you didn't exactly grow up poor." Yeah, maybe there was a little bitterness in his voice, but he figured he had a right to it. It might have been the wrong thing to say because she bristled. "No, but I moved out a long time ago. After college, I shared an apartment with 4 other girls." "You went to college?" Those pretty blue eyes narrowed, and Jace realized he shouldn't have sounded so surprised. "You stink at making small talk, Jason." "I just meant, you know." "No, I don't." The frostiness in her voice matched her expression. "I figured you were some kind of artist or actress or something." How had he spent the whole afternoon with this woman and still not know what she did for a living? He'd just assumed anyone who could fit her life into a sedan's trunk, 3 suitcases, 2 tubs, and a funny-shaped bin to carry her everything, had to be some kind of vagrant or artist or something. The two were basically the same, right? "Yes, I went to college. For art and design." He couldn't help it. He grinned at the irritation in her voice, and at the fact he'd been right about her, and wasn't surprised when she scowled. "It was at a prestigious design school, you know. I minored in marketing." His grin grew, just because she was so darn cute when she was irritated. He had to admit that he'd given her plenty to be irritated about. So she was awfully cute right then. "What?" He had to come up with a reason he was smiling, and fast. "I'm just glad you didn't go to school for music appreciation." The noise she made wasn't quite a groan, but might have been a sort of muffled laugh. She did roll her eyes. "Go downstairs, Jace, so I can start bringing my stuff up here." "You?" Jace blinked, then looked around once. "No, I'll sleep up here." It was the gentlemanly thing to do. She did snort this time, and pushed against his shoulders to get him moving down the tiny set of carpeted stairs. "Well, that's dumb. I'm the one with all the stuff, plus Hagrid. I'm the one who needs plenty of space to spread out so I can work on my... Never mind." They'd reached the main floor, and she placed her hands on her hips. "Besides, I can sleep on the double with no problem, and I'm a lot shorter than you. It makes more sense for you, and all your fancy clothes, to be in the back bedroom." Every single thing she said made sense, but Jace wasn't about to tell her that. Be that as it may, you are a lady and deserve the privacy of the back bedroom. Before she could argue further, he grabbed his 2 suitcases and lugged them back up the stairs. The door opened and closed a few more times while he was upstairs trying to arrange his clothing into some kind of order. Piles. He was actually piling his clothes on the carpet? And he found himself hoping she'd put her shoes back on. Why would the thought of her walking out to the car in her socks bother him? Because it was irresponsible and impulsive? Or because he worried she'd hurt herself? By the time he came back downstairs to help her, she'd already brought in all of her things from the SUV and was in the bedroom with the door closed. He could hear her moving around, so he decided to go back upstairs to attempt to sort his own room into some kind of order. Eventually, he gave up when he realized there were only so many different spots a person could move piles of clothes around in one small room. Dink still hadn't emerged from her room, so Jace settled on the sofa with a spy novel he'd brought with him. After another half hour had passed, he went into the bathroom to brush his teeth, and when he was done, he still hadn't heard a word from her. The door to her bedroom was right beside the bathroom, and once he decided to head upstairs for the night, he spent a long moment standing in that hallway, just staring at the door, wondering what she was doing behind it, wondering if she was in bed already, wondering what she was wearing, wondering if she was listening for him. The house was small enough they'd be able to hear every move the other made. Could she tell he was standing here? Did she somehow know he was thinking about her? He considered calling out, "Good night, Dink." But if she'd wanted to talk to him, surely she would have come out at some point during the evening. So instead, he sighed, ran a hand across his hair, and turned to climb the stairs. He sent off the last of the evening's emails, played 2 games of solitaire to clear his mind, then turned on his favorite classical station's night music app, prepared to sleep well thanks to the day's adventures. But after many minutes of tossing and turning upstairs in that small bed, Jace finally had to admit the truth. He was irritated that she hadn't said goodnight to him. Had he upset her further with his attempts to be gentlemanly? Didn't she understand the proper order of things? She was chaotic, brash, impulsive, and exasperating. And completely under his skin. Chapter 3. Jace woke to sunlight streaming in through the small dormer windows and groped for his phone to check the time. Usually, he was up before the sun to go for his morning jog, but he supposed he could allow himself some leeway here at the ranch. It was almost like being on vacation, and it had been a long time since his last vacation. The text icon on his phone was blinking. Why was Will awake so early? 6:15. You up? 6:36. Hey, Jace, are you awake yet? 6:44. You're ignoring me, aren't you? 6:57. Come on, man, wake up. 7:03. Jace, Jace, wake up. Blearily, Jace pinched the sleep from his eyes and typed his friend back. Where's the fire? He didn't have to wait more than 30 seconds before the little dots told him Will was answering. Who's your best bud and takes care of you even when you can't take care of yourself? Thinking of that long-ago camping trip when Will had poured rubbing alcohol all over his open wound, Jace smiled and typed, Definitely not you. I got you an interview with Wade. Jace stared at the phone screen for a long moment. An interview with Wade? Maybe it was too early in the morning for this. He hadn't even had his orange juice yet. What was Will talking about? Those 3 dots jolted him out of his confusion. Then Will's next message appeared. Hello? You're welcome, man. Hesitantly, Jace's thumbs picked over the screen. An interview with Wade? Yep. You need a job. Wade needs an accountant. Dude's in bad shape, trying to handle everything. I talked with him last week, and he emailed me last night about meeting with you. I forwarded you the info. An interview with Wade. Jace hadn't considered that option. Hadn't even once thought to look at the ranch for a job. Heck, to be honest, he hadn't gotten any further than determining there weren't any available jobs in Moscow that wouldn't already be swamped with applicants from Rollins & Son, now that the firm was officially belly up. But he had to admit that the idea of working here at River's End Ranch again was, well, exciting. But it was too early in the morning to think about the long term, so he decided to just appreciate the opportunity and typed back, "Thanks, man." "Don't mention it." "I owe you." "Yeah, you do. Try not to screw up my wedding, and we'll be even." Jace smiled and responded, "Deal." It was easy to get into the habit of being alone, but sometimes it was really nice to remember he had friends, and that those friends had his back. She could hear him up there moving around, but so far Jace hadn't said anything or come down. Dink couldn't decide if she was happy about that or not. She was still irritated with him for his high-handed comment last night. It made way more sense for her to stay up in the loft with all her bins and boxes and her sewing machine. The back bedroom was private, sure, but the bed was so big that there was no extra space in the room for much else. She'd ended up piling a bunch of stuff into the closet and left 2 of the bins on the bed beside her. The night had been spent holding as absolutely still as possible for fear of flopping around and tipping the things off the bed. About 4 in the morning, she'd vowed that as soon as Jace left today, she was going to tote her stuff upstairs and stack the bins along the balcony, no matter what he said. Needless to say, coffee was a necessity this morning. That's why she was standing in the kitchen in her boxers and tank top and robe, staring at the coffee pot when she heard him coming down the stairs. She kept her eyes on the brew, forcing herself to ignore his towering presence and his masculine scent. "Good morning." Was it her imagination, or did he sound a little nervous? Maybe he was wondering if she was ticked off at him. Well, she was. To prove it, she muttered peevishly, "Good morning." She didn't look at him, just to further ensure he knew her feelings. Maybe he didn't notice, because he simply brushed past her to head for the restroom, and she deflated slightly. Just having him that close had been rough on her nerves. Every part of her had been focused on him, no matter how hard she'd been staring at the coffee. And when he left, she was able to take a deep breath. This was stupid. "You don't even like him, Dink. Try to remember that." Still, she supposed there was no reason she couldn't at least be polite. When he emerged, she extended a peace offering, gesturing with her own full mug towards the counter. "Coffee's ready, and Ellie must have gone shopping for us because the fridge is stocked with powdered donuts and cookies." When he didn't answer, she glanced at him despite her attempt to remain aloof. That wide, expressive mouth was turned down in a frown, and his elegant nose was actually wrinkled in disgust. "What?" He shrugged. "I don't like coffee. And that much sugar in the morning?" His lip curled dismissively, and he bent over to open the fridge. Dink's gaze went right to his flannel, PJ pants-covered rear end and stayed there while he rummaged. "Looks like Will helped with the shopping." Jace emerged holding 2 eggs and a carton of juice. "He got my favorite brand of OJ." "You have a favorite brand of orange juice?" "Sure." He brushed against her on his way to the stove. "Of course you do," she muttered under her breath. "And who doesn't like coffee?" He shrugged and cracked the eggs into a pan he'd found in a lower cabinet near the stove. "It's bitter." She rolled her eyes. "Of course it's bitter. That's why God invented sugar. And tablespoons." He hummed, but didn't look up from scrambling the eggs. "I don't remember that part in the Bible." Gosh, how'd he manage to look so hot first thing in the morning? He was wearing flannel PJ pants, for goodness sakes. She looked like a disaster area, and she knew it. Without interrupting his smooth motions, Jace flashed a quick smirk her way. Although, I suppose that philosophy explains how you can start your day by filling your body with something like that. He nodded towards the half-eaten powdered donut sitting on the crumbled napkin beside the coffee maker, and Dink resisted the urge to stick her tongue out at him. As he spooned the eggs onto a plate, she defiantly took a big bite of sugary, doughy goodness. "No coffee, no sugar," she began, spraying powder across the counter. "How do you live with yourself?" A quick smile flitted across his lips, but then his mouth settled back into its typical, wide, solemn line once more. He didn't look up, and Dink was glad for it. She spent the time looking at him instead. Yesterday, he'd been the very picture of an off-duty accountant in that fine tailored shirt with the rolled-up sleeves and the loafers on his feet. This morning, he was barefoot, in a set of dark plaid PJ pants and a t-shirt. The t-shirt was ash gray and perfectly defined the pectoral and bicep muscles yesterday's button-up shirt had hidden. How had it managed to hide that much glory? And why in the world would he want to? "How do you live with yourself?" Dink knew that if she lived with him, she'd have him parade around every morning, dressed this wonderfully casual. How could he manage to look so magnificent first thing in the morning when she felt like a waif in her well-worn fleece robe? "I just happen to believe one should start the day with a healthy dose of protein." He slid the fluffy eggs onto a plate, then grabbed a fork and his glass of OJ. "Well, no sugar for breakfast doesn't sound like much fun." She followed him towards the tiny house's front door and out onto the porch. "I'm happy, though." "No sugar?" she grumbled. "Do you have any vices? Alcohol? Tobacco?" The frown he gave her, as he settled his hips against the railing and placed the juice down, was enough of an answer. Dink shrugged and settled into one of the two chairs. She couldn't blame him. She thought both vices were kind of gross herself. "So, no vices at all, huh?" She tucked her legs up under her robe, pleased now for its warmth since the morning autumn air was so chilly. "Well..." Jace lifted a bite of eggs to his mouth, and she watched his lips curl around the fork, and then at the long, dark column of his throat work as he swallowed. "I wouldn't say no vices." And that's when his gaze raked her from the top of her still messy hair to the tips of her toes, which were peeking out from under her robe. Dink's eyes went wide, and she resisted the urge to curl in on herself. What was that look supposed to mean? Was he teasing? Was he hinting that he found her somehow attractive? She took a big gulp of coffee, holding the cup protectively in front of her with both hands as she attempted to slow her pulse. "Calm down, Dink. You don't even like him. He certainly doesn't like you. Remember?" Logically, she knew it was the truth. But apparently her brain was having some trouble convincing her body, judging from the way her heart was pounding and her legs felt a little squiggly. "He's just saying that because you're a woman and he's a man and you're stuck together." And that's when her mind started skipping ahead to other ways they might be together, and she groaned aloud. "You okay?" he asked around a mouthful of eggs, but she refused to look at him. "You've got plenty of vices," she blurted out in an attempt to convince herself. She heard the grin in his voice when he asked, "Oh, yeah?" "You're too restrained, stuck up, punctual." He snorted. "How would you know? And being punctual is the sign of a well-ordered mind." "Did you just imply that I have a disorganized mind?" "Well, I have no way of knowing if you're punctual. But disorganized? He sounded as if he were a few heartbeats from laughter, so she glanced at him. Sure enough, his expression was his usual serious one, but something danced in those creamy brown eyes. Stop it. She had to stop finding things to admire about him. Well, you're too uptight. You need to loosen up. Relax a little. You're too impulsive. Brash. Messy. A messy house is a sign of character. What kind of character? He took a sip of OJ. She had to lift her mug to hide her own smile. Interesting character, I'm sure. Sparring with him was fun. Maybe because she didn't like him very much? Well, you're certainly a character. He eyed the teal ends of her hair, but his lip was curled up a bit, so her feelings weren't hurt. But impulsivity that keeps you from commitment isn't a positive thing. How would you know? Have you ever done anything really impulsive? What, like pack up everything into some bins and drive across the country in a beat-up car that was on its last legs? Yes. She raised a brow, hoping to challenge him the way he did her. Like that? No. Chase took another drink of the juice, his denial abrupt. You should. It builds character. His throat worked as he finished the last of his OJ and stared down at the empty glass in his long-fingered hand. Well, he said finally, you'd be proud of me then. Oh, yeah? She turned to look out over the railing at the river she'd heard rushing by all night. You're going to start leaving your dirty socks piled at the end of the bed? You're going to take up fire breathing. You're considering the possibility of maybe, just maybe, leaving your shirt untucked? I just accepted a job interview. That was unexpected enough to drag her gaze back to his, and she was surprised to find him staring at her, as if waiting to hear her reaction. Her throat went dry. All she could think to ask was, Where? Here. At the ranch? Yeah. He put down the glass and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Dink, who was still watching him, was sad to see his pecs covered, but decided to enjoy the sight of those sinewy forearms. Down, girl. You don't like him, remember? His gaze flicked out over the river. This place used to be my favorite place in the whole world. I'd come here in the summers, even once I got too old for the camps. Will used to convince his dad to hire me on as one of the counselors, and I came up here until grad school. He wasn't looking at her anymore, and Dink used the time to study his profile. Sounds nice. It was. This place was kind of like a home. She wondered what that verbal stumble had hidden. It wasn't like him to stammer. But I hadn't considered working here full time. I wouldn't, except... Except? She prompted when he trailed off. My company has been failing for a while. It officially closed its doors a few weeks ago, and I've been looking for a new job. I've had a few interviews, but there are now out-of-work accountants with more experience than me floating around Moscow, and there can't be that many accounting jobs in Idaho. A smile flashed across his lips again, and he met her eyes. Exactly. We're a specialized breed. You're a special something, that's for sure. Oh, shoot. He was smiling for real now, showing off those perfect white teeth. She really needed to stop noticing things like that. So Will set up an interview with his oldest brother, who apparently actually needs a new accountant. We all think that maybe since I have a connection to this place. Dink sighed and took a sip of the cooling coffee, her gaze back on the river. I agree. If I were in charge of hiring for a place like this, I'd rather focus on people who had a connection to it, people who loved it. They were both silent for a while, as they watched the way the river tumbled over and around the rocks that lined the shore at the bottom of a steep, grassy slope. I do love it. This spot used to be more wooded. There were clumps of trees Dink didn't recognize, but the area between the house and the bank had been landscaped. We used to camp here and upriver a bit, where the reception'll be. It sure is pretty. She wasn't really a nature-y person, but she could appreciate beauty when she saw it. He took a deep breath of the clear, cold mountain air. I saw that text from Will this morning, then read Wade's email, and realized for the first time in a long time, I knew exactly what I wanted. I hadn't researched it, hadn't debated any pros and cons. I just knew. I want to work here at River's End Ranch, like I used to. A slow smile spread across her face. Wow, Jace, that does sound impulsive. I'm proud of you. He didn't tear his eyes away from the river, but smiled in response, a flash of white against his darker skin. I think I've got a chance, too. Only problem is my name. Jace? It looks terrible on a resume. She burst into laughter over that ridiculous comment. I thought your name was Jason. It is. Will was the only person who had the guts to give me a nickname when we were kids. I towered over everyone, and most of them were afraid of me. But he called me Jace that first year we were at camp here together, and it stuck. And once one Weston started calling me that. All of them did. Yeah, I can imagine. Dink tried to hide her smile. And now all of the rest of the ranch will call you that, no matter how professional and uptight you try to appear. Yeah. He sounded like it was the end of the world, and she snorted into her coffee. What? He asked defensively. Oh, like Dink is any better? What kind of name is Dink, anyhow? Well, it's technically Dinky, but it got shortened. He snorted. Dinky isn't any less dumb than Dink, you know. She had to admit that he was right. Dink shrugged. Ellie and I have an older, and much bigger, brother. I have the dumbest name in the creation of dumb names, and he started to call me Dinky when I was a kid, since I'm so much shorter. It stuck, and luckily I didn't get any taller. She knew how to laugh at herself, at least. She'd been laughing at herself for years, a skill Jace obviously lacked. But he wasn't laughing now. In fact, he just raised one perfect brow and said, Go on. Go on with what? You can't tell me that you have the world's dumbest name and leave it at that. You gotta tell me what it is now. No. I told you mine. Jason isn't a dumb name. No, but Jace is a dumb nickname, and you already call me that. He had a point. Lloyd, she blurted out before she lost her nerve. Lloyd what? Did he not understand? That's my name, Lloyd. Judging from his expression, no, he didn't understand. I thought your last name was Redfern, like Ellie. She couldn't help giggling. No, I mean, my name is Lloyd. Lloyd Millicent Redfern. Jace blinked. Then he blinked again, and his lips curled up into one of his genuine smiles. She really liked those smiles, but it was a little irritating to know he was only smiling like that because he was laughing at her. Your actual name is actually Lloyd Millicent Redfern? She nodded, and he burst into laughter. No wonder you go by Dinky. Dink's a heck of a lot better than Lloyd. She stuck her tongue out at him, and he laughed even harder. Shoot. He was even better looking when he laughed, but no lady liked to be laughed at. Hey, mister. She scowled at him until he got himself under control. Enough making fun of me, Jace. Let's change the subject. All right. He swiped at his eyes, which had actually teared up from him laughing so hard. To what? Well, we've got 9 days till the wedding, right? You know, the wedding we're supposed to be here planning. So, what's on the agenda for today? Agenda? He straightened. You're asking about agendas? Why not? Well, agendas aren't particularly impulsive or rash, Lloyd. Don't call me that. And I can use agendas when necessary. Be careful. Soon you'll be picking your dirty socks off the floor, too. Dink stuck her tongue out at him once more, then finished off her sugary coffee as he fished his phone, with his list on it, out from the pocket of his pants. Later, they went back inside and began going over the list of things that needed to be accomplished before Will and Ellie's big day. It felt nice, like they were good at working together, which was dumb because they were total opposites. But still, he seemed more relaxed than he had yesterday, and she was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt. Maybe being stuck working with him for the next 9 days wouldn't be the end of the world after all. Maybe. Chapter 4. Jace finished stringing the hammock up between 2 red cedar trees by the shoreline and climbed in. How many times each teenage summer had he come here, or to a spot like this one, and spent an hour swinging and watching the water? Even then, the way the river had rushed past and soothed him reminded him that while he couldn't control every aspect of his life, back then he could barely control anything, time and nature would smooth out all the boulders. He'd never loved the river the way Will had, but that was okay. Jace was content to watch it, to be soothed by it. It was the camping, the waking up to cold summer mornings and starting the fire for bacon, that he really loved. He liked the hiking, and the solitude, and the peace the ranch had represented. And to a kid who had such little peace at home, or wherever he happened to be living at the time, the 2 months he'd spent at River's End Ranch each summer were golden. Today had been spent with Will, which was nice. Jace had ridden the rapids on a half-day tour, and then the 2 friends had hung out at the boathouse and reminisced while throwing sticks for Indy. Will was worried about his brother, Wes. Apparently, the practical joke-loving older man had run off to Oklahoma or Nebraska or someplace. Will had never been keen on details. To chase after the woman he claimed was the love of his life. He had less than a week to make it back before the wedding, but Jace pointed out that Wes had promised to be there, so he would be. Reassured, Will had found an extra hammock and presented it like it was manna from heaven. And although he'd never admit it, Jace was touched his friend had remembered how much he enjoyed just swinging in a hammock beside the river. Jace stacked his hands behind his head and pushed off the ground, setting the whole thing swinging lazily over the grass and rocks. The crisp, cold water rushed by only a few feet away, and he wondered if Dink had seen the rafts go by that afternoon. He'd resisted the urge to wave when their raft had shot past the tiny houses because, well, that would be dumb. Still, it was a good bet that she was in the house now, right up the slope. He'd dropped Will off at home and said hello to Ellie, but Dink hadn't been there. Jace didn't ask about her either, knowing that his friends would try to read something into it. He told himself there wasn't anything to read into. He and Dink were just about as opposite as 2 people could be, and it wasn't as if they actually liked each other. It's just that they'd spent the last 3 days in close contact, and he'd gotten used to seeing her. Like a habit. A potentially bad habit. To keep from thinking about his upcoming interview with Wade, he'd thrown himself headlong into the wedding planning. In the last 3 days, he and Dink had met with the florist and the baker and the pastor. There had also been 2 meetings with Lily, the ranch event planner, and one of those had included a conference call with the company that was providing the old-timey cowboy wear for Will and the men. If this wedding was going to be a publicity stunt, then they were going all out for it. Last night, he and Dink had met at Will's house for dinner again, and then the four of them. Indy was less than helpful when it came to tissue paper and ribbon, put together the welcome bags for the guests' rooms. It would be up to him and Dink to place them in the rooms this weekend, when most of the guests, like the rest of her family, arrived. And today, they'd been apart. After so many days living and working in close quarters, it felt weird to not be talking to her, teasing her, to not be completely exasperated by her lack of organization and impulsiveness, while also unnervingly attracted to her. Jace dropped one leg out of the hammock, prepared to give himself another little push, and was suddenly struck by a thought. I wonder what she would think of this spot. And that's when he began to wonder if maybe he was in trouble. He'd known her for such a short amount of time, and anyone could see they were so wrong for each other. But he couldn't go a single day apart from her without thinking about her? Constantly? Yep, he might be in trouble. Sighing, he pulled himself out of the hammock. It just wasn't as peaceful as it had been a few minutes before, due mainly to the gnawing pull in his gut that insisted he go find her. He wanted, no, he needed to see her, to tease her, to tell her about Will's invitation. When he climbed up onto the tiny house's porch, he heard an unfamiliar noise, sort of a pulsing hum, coming from inside the house. Opening the door didn't help. The noise filled the whole space, so he couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. It took only 10 strides, he was pretty tall, to reach the back bedroom and see that the pocket door was open. He hesitated only a moment before sticking his head in, and was surprised not to find Dink making the racket. It was definitely her bedroom. There was Haggard's bin, holding a sleeping hedgehog, and one side of the bed had been destroyed. The pillows, so many pillows, thrown this way and that, and the sheets kicked all over. Jace resisted the urge to make the bed, and instead hung his sweater inside the bedroom closet. On their second day in the tiny house, he'd found all her boxes and bins had been moved upstairs into the loft, and all his clothing had been neatly hung up in her closet. She'd even nested his suitcases inside hers so they could all fit up on the shelf, to leave room for his shoes below. Apparently, even if she didn't care much for her own clothing and belongings, she knew how to respect his. Even though he slept upstairs and she slept downstairs, he was beginning to suspect that maybe she'd been correct in trying to convince him to take the bedroom. Besides, this king-size bed would fit his taller frame much better than the double upstairs. Still, it wouldn't be gentlemanly, so Jace stuck to his guns. Abruptly, the whirring noise stopped, and he could hear her saying something. Was she singing? She had to be upstairs. Jace slipped off his shoes, arranged them neatly in the closet, and padded back into the kitchen and communal space in his socks. By the time he got to the stairs, the noise had begun again, and he winced as it reverberated throughout the whole house. At the top of the stairs, he paused on his hands and knees, the only way to move around in the loft, to stare at the mess. She'd trashed his bedroom. There, spread all over his neatly made bed, were piles of material completely covering the duvet. If there was some kind of order to it, Jace sure couldn't see it. Along the walls were even more stacks of material, separated by color and texture, although he didn't know what any of them were. A big stack of USPS first-class shipping envelopes had tipped over and were spread across the floor between her and the bed, and everywhere he looked were stickers galore. He read some. Top secret. Deliver to. Do not open unless addressee. And one stack of brightly colored League of Superheroes stickers. None of it made any sense, especially the woman sitting along the opposite wall, her back to him, the source of the noise. A long-forgotten memory of a foster mother who liked to sew told Jace that Dink was sitting in front of a sewing machine that had been set up on an overturned bin. That explained the funny-shaped box she'd loaded into his SUV in Moscow. A sewing machine. She sat cross-legged in front of it on the floor, hunched over, using one knee to press the foot pedal. He knew that because she was wearing a skirt that was split up both sides, so he could see quite a lot of skin of her knees and thighs. Clearing his throat, Jace tore his gaze away from her legs and focused on the back of her teal head. "Dink?" She didn't respond, couldn't hear him over the sound of the machine. "Dink?" He tried again, louder. Still nothing. Then the machine stopped, and blessed silence stretched through the house. Well, almost silence. Because while she was sewing, Dink listened to music. He could now see the earbuds she wore. And she didn't just listen, she sang too. He'd heard her sing on the trip north to River's End Ranch, and knew that she wasn't exactly blessed in that department. But what was surprising was her choice of songs. Dink was humming along to Brahms' Hungarian Dance No. 5. Jace burst into laughter, causing her to twist around suddenly. She met his eyes with an expression of half guilt, half defiance, and he just had to chuckle even harder. It was going to be delicious to hear this excuse. But first, he had to explain why he was still laughing at her. "Dink Redfern, here you had me fooled into thinking you were entirely uncivilized." "Is this about the room?" She raised her chin and scooted around until she was facing him, still cross-legged. "Sorry, I tend to sort of spread out when I'm working." Still chuckling, Jace sat back to spare his knees. "You're humming what has to be Johann Brahms' most popular work. He did a lot of the Hungarian dances, but the fifth one is—" "What?" She interrupted. "The song you were singing." When she looked blank, he sighed, wondering why she was playing dumb. "Dum-da-dum, da-dum-da-dum-dum." He knew he could carry a tune better than she could, and it was one of his favorites, never failing to inspire a toe tap. Unfortunately, it didn't seem to help. Her blank expression slowly changed, but not to one of mere understanding. Instead, a smile grew on her impish face, until he got the impression she was laughing at him as much as he'd been at her. "Sorry to disappoint, Jace." "I know what I heard." Instead of agreeing, though, she broke into song. Actual song. Like with lyrics. "If you like Hungarian food, they have a goulash which is very good." She was grinning hugely as she belted out words Brahms definitely didn't write. But Jace couldn't deny that the tune was from the composer's best-known work. "Or if you wish a dish that's Chinese, somewhere down in column B, there's lobster Cantonese. Hey!" Apparently his expression conveyed his horror, because she began to chuckle again. "It's Alan Sherman's Hungarian Goulash No. 5 from 1963. He was like the original Weird Al Yankovic." "Who?" "Alan Sherman wrote a bunch of songs parodying other songs." She had trouble getting the words out past the laughter. "Or classical music." Jace wasn't sure if he was horrified or flabbergasted by the lyrics. He kept his expression totally bland, however, when he muttered a sarcastic, "How visionary of him," which only made her laugh harder. "You thought I'd suddenly started to like your silly classical music?" He had to press his lips into a line to keep from smiling. Her laughter was irritatingly contagious. "I thought you'd suddenly acquired some class." The renewed peals of laughter told him she wasn't the least bit offended, which was good, because he hadn't intended to offend her. She was just too easy to tease. In an effort to change the subject, he plastered on his most intimidating scowl. He was good at scowling, he knew, and gestured around the room. "So," of course he had to wait for her chuckles to subside. You thought it was okay to come up to my room and, what, detonate a bomb? Having the good grace to blush, she shrugged. I'm sorry, Jace. I told you I thought this space would be better for me, and this is why. It's the only free space in the house. I couldn't fit the sewing machine in the living room, and even if I could, it'd really be in the way. Jace scooted forward, bringing himself closer to the bed and her random piles. What is all of this? But Dink didn't answer right away. Her back was to her sewing machine now, and he watched as she laced her fingers in her lap between her crossed legs and looked down. Staring at the top of her blonde-cropped hair, Jace wondered if she was embarrassed or just afraid to tell him. Either way, the feeling didn't sit well with him. Dink? Her shoulders expanded as she took a deep breath. This is my work. Glancing around at the mess, Jace couldn't make any sense of her claim. Your work? You're an accountant. Her eyes met his then, and Jace felt the tug of that blue-green all the way to his stomach. I sew. I call myself an artist sometimes, but mainly I make kids happy. I make kids happy. It was a claim Jace suddenly wanted to support 100%, but he didn't understand. Will you show me? He asked quietly. Judging from the way her expression slowly lit up, as if she was cautiously trusting him, it was the right thing to ask. You really care? I do. Jace nodded. Dink took another deep breath. I make and sell capes on Etsy. What's Etsy? She smiled slightly. It's a website for artists. If you want to commission a piece or have something designed, you go there to connect with an artist. And if you make stuff, leather, cloth, paper, whatever your medium, you set up a shop there so people can find you. She tucked her skirt under herself and crawled over to one of the piles, still explaining. My big brother, Elvis, began working with metal years ago, just for fun. When he started selling some of his designs online a few years back, he told me about the site, and I set up my own storefront. Jace was trying to keep up. Where you now sell capes? Her smile was back when she turned around holding a pile of material, but it wasn't the same open and joyful smile as before. He wondered if he was the reason she was so cautious about sharing her work. I make other stuff. Anything anyone wants to commission me to sew, but mainly capes. For kids. With that, she shook out the cloth she held, and Jace's brows rose to see a child-sized cape. It was red with a big J in the middle of a white shield. It looked like it would blow in the slightest breeze. Perfect for playing dress-up. His palms began to itch, and maybe she could tell because she balled it up and tossed it across the small space between them. He caught it and spread it out in his lap. A childhood spent being shuffled from house to house, family to family, meant he had very few memories he wanted to cherish. But as he smoothed his hand over the fabric, he could imagine how having something like this could have meant a lot, would have made a memory to cherish. When he looked up to meet Dink's eyes, there was a lump in his throat. This is pretty awesome, Dink. She could have made an offhand comment, could have joked and brushed aside his praise, but instead, she just nodded. People commission me to make capes for their kids or grandkids. That one is for Super Jason, a 4-year-old in Buffalo, New York. Super Jason. Had he ever thought of himself as Super Jason? If he had, Jace couldn't recall. She pointed to the small printer sitting beside the sewing machine. Once the cape is complete, and I'll put almost anything on the cape, not just a letter, although letters are easiest. I have a form letter from the League of Superheroes that I insert the kids' information in. The League of Superheroes? She shrugged. You know, like Marvel's The Avengers? At his blank look, she smiled again. "It's just a made-up group of superheroes, Jace. The letter is inviting the kid to join, but outlines the requirements, how she or he has to be good for their parents, and help with chores, and follow directions. The parents give me specifics about feeding the cat or helping with younger siblings." "And then what?" Jace couldn't seem to make himself stop touching the cape in his lap, imagining the little boy, Super Jason, who would one day wear it. "I ship it to the kid, complete with all the fancy signage." She jerked her thumb at the shipping envelopes and all the top-secret stickers scattered around. Jace's eyes slowly widened. "So this kid, Jason..." He held up the red cape and shook it a little. "We'll get a package addressed to him from the League of Superheroes, covered in all this top-secret language. And when he opens it, he'll get a cape and a personal letter telling him how to be a real-life superhero?" Dink shrugged again, that cautious look back on her face. "Yeah, I know it sounds a little, Incredible. Dink, this is the coolest thing you're doing for these kids." Jace didn't bother trying to tamp down his enthusiasm. "This'll make their day. Their whole month, probably." You think so?" "I know so." He knew what it would have meant to him as a kid to receive a delivery like this. Not just because they'll think it's awesome to get a package in the mail, but because they'll know someone out there really, genuinely believes in them. Jace swallowed. "That's really special. You're doing something really special for them." Whoops. She was looking at him sort of funny now, her head cocked to one side and her lips pursed thoughtfully. Had he given too much away? "Well, that's why I do it. And the money, obviously. At $50 a pop, I filled enough orders today to support me all week." That was impressive. "But yeah, I like the idea of giving kids confidence and making them believe that they can make the world a better place." "You're teaching them to be their own superheroes." Jace met her lovely blue-green eyes then, and something changed inside him. She was impulsive and messy, and loud and had horrible taste in music, but she was perfect. Anyone who worked this hard to make the world a better place, and through kids no less, was someone that he could admire. When she smiled bashfully and nodded, he felt his chest clench. She was someone he wanted to admire. "Can I help?" He could tell that his offer surprised her. It had surprised himself, frankly. But after so many days working with her on the wedding, it just felt right to be up here, sitting cross-legged on the floor and helping her with this. "I mean, if there's something that isn't too hard or artsy that I could do." She smiled for real then, and he knew she understood. "Yeah," she drawled. "I don't want you to screw up too much of my artsy stuff, after all." Dink showed him how to fold the completed capes up in tissue paper and sign the letters with a fancy made-up signature from the leader of the League of Superheroes, and how to package them all carefully. His methodical packaging earned some teasing from her as she went back to sewing, but he didn't care. He was just happy to be helping her. After he'd packaged everything she'd completed already, he pulled up her spreadsheets on her laptop and spruced up her accounting and record-keeping software while she jokingly yelled that pencils and paper worked fine. It was exactly what he needed to keep his mind off the upcoming interview, but it didn't do a thing to get her out from under his skin. The hours together just proved they were complete opposites, who worked well together. They worked until the afternoon sunlight dimmed, and Dink declared it was too dark to sew. That's when Jace's stomach growled loudly enough to make her giggle. "Sorry," he apologized with a smile. "You want to get some dinner?" "Sure." She was moving piles of half-finished capes around. "Will and Ellie's place again?" They'd been over there for dinner a few times. "Will told me they've started hosting trivia at the restaurant on Thursday nights, and that he and Ellie were heading over. Do you—" He had to clear his throat and suddenly felt like he was in high school again. Would you like to go over there? With me? We could join their team." Jace swallowed. Why did that feel like I was asking her out on a date? "Why, Jason Cunningham," Dink smiled. "Was that you asking me out to dinner?" "Sure." He shrugged too quickly to be nonchalant. "I mean, if you want. Trivia sounded fun, I thought, and Will and Ellie could introduce us to anyone we don't know." Although he knew all of the Westons, and Dink had met them all in the last few days, there were still plenty of Rivers End Ranch regulars he hadn't met yet. If he wanted to have a chance at the job Wade was interviewing him for, he'd have to prove that he could fit in around the ranch. "I think trivia and dinner sounds like a lot of fun. And who knows, I might surprise you." "How?" "Maybe I'll be a kick-butt trivia gal." He had to smile. "After this?" He gestured to the piles of capes around them. "I wouldn't be surprised by anything you do." "Oh, really?" She raised a brow. "Sounds like a challenge." Jace raised himself on his hands and knees and shuffled toward the stairs. "Then challenge accepted, Miss Redfern." "Wait!" He paused in the process of backing down the too narrow staircase. "What about this mess?" Dink was crouched in the middle of the floor, surrounded by piles and filled postal packages. "You're worried about a mess?" "Well, you're not going to be able to sleep like this." She was right. The piles of material covering the bed he now knew to be half-completed capes. The pieces all carefully laid out and ready to be pinned together. Having seen her work, he knew laying out the pieces and pinning them together was the part of the project that took the most time. Actually sewing the cape together was easy compared to that. So the capes laid carefully on the bed represented at least an hour's worth of work. Jace didn't want to tell her to clean them all up, because that would mean her losing an hour of work and adding even more time to lay them all back out. But he didn't see how else he could sleep up here tonight. At that moment, with him kneeling awkwardly at the top of the stairs, his stomach rumbled twice as loudly as last time and made up his mind for him. Waving his hand, he said, "Just leave it for now. I'm hungry. We can deal with it later." As he was backing down the stairs, he swore he heard her giggle. "Why, Jace, how incredibly impulsive of you." Yeah. He was grinning as he fetched his sweater and shoes from the closet. Hunger makes a man do strange things. But it wasn't hunger that made him offer her his arm on the way to the restaurant. And it wasn't hunger that made his chest feel light when she tucked her hand into the crook of his elbow and moved closer. It might have been for warmth, but Jace suspected not. He hoped not, at least. Chapter 5. Which landlocked country at 61 miles square has the capital city of Vaduz? As the trivia master cued the song that gave them about 2 minutes to formulate their answer, Ellie leaned in and mouthed a word. "What?" Jace was in charge of writing down their answers, just because he had the best handwriting. The Redfern sisters preferred typing, and Will's hands had been busy with his plate of hot wings since they arrived. Ellie stretched towards the center of the table, a look of frustration on her face, and mouthed the word again. Dink snorted. "What? Why aren't you speaking?" "Because," Ellie hissed, "I don't want anyone to overhear the answer." A very serious Jace leaned across the table to bring his head closer to Ellie's, and said in a low voice, barely heard over the music, "I think we're okay, Ellie. You can tell us." Dink's sister sighed. "Lichtenstein." While Jace began to write, Dink burst into giggles. When her sister scowled, Dink giggled harder. "You expected us to be able to read your lips for Lichtenstein?" "Shh!" Ellie glanced around to make sure no one had heard, which made Dink giggle even harder. Jace interrupted their budding bickering. You're sure, Ellie? You just happen to have all the world's countries' capitals memorized? Dink elbowed him. What, and you don't? It seemed like something he would know, but Jace just smiled and shook his head slightly. No, I don't have the world capitals memorized. Ellie sat back and picked up her root beer proudly. I just know square mileage. What? Now that was ridiculous. Dink began to giggle again, and Jace lifted one elegant brow in invitation for Ellie to continue. She shrugged. Listen, I know the smallest countries in the world, right? And I know that Vatican City is 0.2 miles square, and San Marino is 24 miles square, so the answer can't be either of those. So the next smallest non-island nation is... Liechtenstein. Jace nodded. Both sisters shushed him simultaneously, and he just rolled his eyes as he turned to Will. Can you believe this? Hey, Will shrugged, holding a hot wing in one hand and the other covered in sauce. I'm just here for the food. He pointed at Ellie with the wing. She's the brains in this operation. And the beauty. Dink smiled when Ellie blushed at the compliment, then did some eye-rolling of her own when the engaged couple leaned in for a hot wing sauce-covered kiss. They were halfway through their trivia game, and it was obvious Will had only come for Ellie, but he was a good sport. Jace, on the other hand, was really into the game, and Dink was surprised by how much fun she was having too. She'd been able to contribute a few answers, mainly about old TV shows and music, and had laughed when Jace teased her. Jace. Something had happened to Jace today when he'd seen her work. He'd looked at her differently, almost like he respected her. Not that he had been anything other than gentlemanly before, despite his sometimes infuriating bluntness, but now she could tell he admired her job, which she hadn't expected. She'd spent the last months living out of her car, basically, crashing on her friends' sofas and borrowing places to set up her sewing machine to work. She could do her work anywhere there was a post office, as long as she had her trusty Singer machine and her bin of felts and brightly colored knits, and internet access. To someone like Jace, an accountant with a home and a fancy car and a grad school degree, her job must seem like only a step above homeless artist. Which is why she'd hesitated in telling him about it, and about how well it was going. But today, in the loft, her fears all seemed groundless. He'd smiled, and something in his expression had shifted, and Dink had felt part of her melt. There was more to Jace Cunningham than an uptight persona and a gorgeous smile, and a set of abs she could bounce a quarter off of. And remembering the way it felt to take his arm on the walk to the restaurant, Dink realized she wanted to know all of him. Hey, Earth to Dink. She jumped slightly when she felt his shoulder bump hers, and then blushed. You've been staring at your cream soda for ages. You okay? Yeah. She blinked and smiled at Jace. Yeah, I'm good. Did you turn in our answer? He chuckled, and she got distracted again by his lightning-fast smile. You're really out of it, huh? Yeah, I turned it in, and your sister's answer was right. Dink glanced at Ellie, who was talking quietly with Will and seemed oblivious. I went ahead and answered the next one, too, unless you knew anything about famous wrestlers of the 90s? Dink snorted. Not a thing. So they had the space of another song before they had to concentrate on the trivia again. How's your burger? Amazing. River's End Ranch always had the world's best beef. I really hope I get the job Wade's offering, so I can eat here more often. Chuckling, Dink agreed. My burger's awesome too, but there's got to be more reasons other than the beef to work here. Well, the scenery isn't bad, and the company's nice. Instead of looking at his best friend when he said it, though, Jace kept his gaze firmly on Dink, who felt herself blushing again. Well, I've been enjoying my visit to the ranch, too. It was lame, but all she could come up with at the moment. Jace propped his elbow on the table and somehow ended up a little closer to her. On purpose? And after the wedding, you going back to Texas? She started to fiddle with the napkin in her lap. I guess. I haven't heard from the mechanic, and it depends on... She sighed. This conversation had taken a turn for the awkward. Depends on what? Well, I don't really have a place to live down there. It was hard to admit. I'd been living with my boyfriend, but when I caught him cheating, I moved in with a friend. Magnus had tried several times to get her to come back, but she realized she'd fallen out of love with him a long time ago. His betrayal didn't hurt nearly as much as it should have. But when Jace put his hand on her forearm and she met his eyes, she was startled to see genuine concern. I'm sorry, Dink. I didn't mean to bring up bad memories. She forced herself to shrug. It's not that big a deal. You saw my setup. I can work anywhere, even the loft of a tiny house. He didn't grin at her poor attempt at a joke. So maybe I'll go back to Texas. Maybe I'll go to Charleston with my family. I don't know. He squeezed her arm once before he let go. There was something a little forced about his smile when he said, Well, let me know if you want to stay in Idaho. I'm sure Ellie would like it. Dink had to roll her eyes and be honest with herself. This place sure is pretty, but let's be real, Jace. You and I would probably murder each other if I stayed. This time, his smile was genuine, but fleeting as he picked up his burger. Oh, I don't know. We're pretty opposite. You're uptight and stodgy, whereas I'm normal. But we work pretty well together, don't you think? Well... She begrudgingly agreed. We haven't killed each other yet, and we've been living together. See? He took a bite and said around it, Maybe we can adapt. Jace Cunningham. She pretended to be shocked. You're talking with your mouth full, and your elbows are on the table. He blinked, surprised, and even glanced down at his elbows before swallowing and smiling. Maybe you're rubbing off on me. Okay, trivia teams. The next question is, this composer died of cerebral hemorrhage on March 5, 1953, the same day as Joseph Stalin, but wasn't interred for 3 full days because the crowds gathered in Moscow to mourn prevented travel on the roads. That's it. We're out. Ellie stood up and tossed Will her napkin to clean his hands. I'll get Steve to settle us up on the way out. But I can't handle any more mid-century history. Boring. Will was chuckling as he pushed away from the table. I'm pretty beat, too. I did 2 tours back-to-back, and then she made me go for a jog. Ellie kissed him on the cheek. You're welcome, husband-to-be. Will's goofy grin bloomed, and Dink couldn't help smiling back. I guess y'all should get some sleep. T-5 days till the wedding. They purposefully scheduled the wedding midweek to get the most out of the tourist promotion. Good night, you two. Jace waved lazily. I think we're pretty close to the lead, so I'm going to stick around. He turned to Dink with his brows raised, the silent question obvious. Of course I'm staying. I don't trust you to protect Team Wedding's reputation. I still say that's a dumb name. She stuck her tongue out at him. It's better than anything you came up with. Good night, children. Play nice. Ellie winked as she took Will's hand and pulled him away from the table. Jace watched them go. Do you get the impression that maybe we were just abandoned on purpose? Yep. Dink dumped a fry into the ketchup and stuffed it into her mouth. She thinks she's being sneaky, but they've been over there whispering about something for ages. Jace hummed thoughtfully and picked up his burger again. So, famous composer who died in Moscow the same day as Stalin. Sergei Prokofiev. Dink grinned when he halted mid-bite, a surprised look on his face. Presumably, he hadn't expected her to have an answer. Of Peter and the Wolf fame? She shrugged, not knowing any of the man's actual works, but Jace wasn't satisfied. How in the world do you know that? He still held the burger away from his mouth, and she started to giggle. Are you sure you want to know? He lowered his meal, a cautious look on his face. Why wouldn't I? Because, you know. Her smile grew. Class. He groaned and rolled his eyes. Does this have to do with your abominable taste in music? Joseph Stalin, Malenkov, Nasser, and Prokofiev, Rockefeller, Campanella, Communist Bloc. His eyes grew wider as she sang through 4 years of Billy Joel's iconic Stolen from the Headlines #1 hit. To her surprise, though, Jace joined in at the chorus. We didn't start the fire. It was always burning since the world's been turning. We didn't start the fire. No, we didn't light it, but we tried to fight it. He had a really nice voice, even though they were both trying to stay under the volume of whatever song the trivia master was blaring. Dink stared at Jace, bemused. Wow. Wow again. But this time, it was because he'd surprised her. Wow yourself, lady. That's not a horrible song. I'm impressed you knew all the words? She snorted. Classic rock. Of course I know all the words. I'm impressed you knew what all the words meant. She burst into laughter as Jace scrawled her answer down on the ballot, then watched him as he snaked his way through the crowd towards the DJ stand to turn it in. She realized that she was staring at how good his rear end looked in those trousers. Trousers? Come on, Dink. She was used to paint-splattered blue jeans and flannel pajama pants. How in the world could she be admiring a man in a pair of loafers, Dockers, and a button-up shirt under a blue Angora sweater? Because he's so darn good-looking, is why. Jace was still humming We Didn't Start the Fire when he got back to their table, and Dink had to smile. Apparently, he liked at least one of her abominable songs after all. She bumped his shoulders with her own when he sat down. Is this where I'll admit that I actually sing Mozart in the shower? Really? His brows went up, and she didn't mind his smile one bit. I don't believe it. Well, she began and laughed. I'm not going to prove it to you. Since they'd gotten Prokofiev correct, they continued to play as they finished their dinner. They stayed until the end of the trivia contest and came in second place. The final question had been about the order of the vice presidents, and they were clueless. But they'd had a grand time and stayed out much later than they'd expected. As they walked back to the house, Dink yawned, then stumbled unexpectedly. Jace's arm wrapped around her shoulders to keep her upright, but even once she was steady and walking once more, he didn't release her. And she didn't mind. From the corner of her eye, she glanced up at him. His jaw was set into a hard line, and his gaze was focused in the dark. Maybe he sensed her question, because he made a little snorting noise. Don't make more of this than it is, Lloyd. It's cold. Yeah, it's cold. She snuggled a little closer, marveling at how easily she tucked under his arm. And I don't even like you. Yeah, I don't like you either. We're just stuck together because of Will and Ellie. We make a good team, though. Because we complement each other. I'm serious and steady and stable, and you're... She sighed. I'm me. Over the last few days, he'd made jokes about their differences. Tonight, though, he seemed to be trying to remind them of why they weren't suitable. And they weren't suitable, Dink knew. But that didn't mean she wasn't going to enjoy the warmth of his arms for the walk back to the house. Jace was exhausted. Running the river with Will that morning, then sitting hunched over in the loft all afternoon, and then staying out till almost midnight, meant he could barely keep his eyes open. He fumbled with the key to the tiny house and noticed Dink was waiting, slumped against the railing, with her eyes drooping as well. They both breathed a little sigh of relief when he got the door open and they stumbled out of the cold and into the tiny house. He followed her back to the bedroom to put his shoes away and claim his pajamas. She stumbled into the bathroom to give him some privacy, so he shut the pocket door and changed. Once changed, he left the bedroom and found the bathroom door open, so he poked his head inside to see if it was his turn. Dink was sitting in the shower, on the little bench, brushing her teeth. She looked like she was forcing her eyes to stay open, but when he raised his brow at her, she glanced around the shower and said, "What? Tiny house." Only it came out as, "What? How?" because of the toothbrush in her mouth, so Jace just chuckled and shook his head as he reached for his own toothbrush. It certainly was a tiny house, too tiny for both of them to stand in the bathroom at the same time, so it was just as well she was sitting in the shower. They brushed in companionable silence, and Jace wondered what it would be like to really live with someone like her, to come home every evening and brush their teeth together, to learn to put up with her hairbrush, blonde and teal hairs still stuck to it, lying beside the sink, to pick her socks up off the floor for her, or to learn to enjoy the smell of coffee in the morning. They were opposites, all right, but he was beginning to wonder if that really mattered. It wasn't until she brushed past him to spit and rinse and then headed into the bedroom to change that Jace pulled himself back to reality. They weren't living together, not really. They were just two strangers who were forced to share a too small cabin. Even if he got the job here at the ranch, she wasn't going to be staying. There wasn't a future for them together. He sighed, then spit, and got ready to head upstairs for another night on the too-short mattress. And that's when Jace remembered the state of the loft. They'd left hours ago, with her sewing machine spread carefully across the bed, and had decided not to clean it up. He was going to have to climb upstairs and ruin all of her hard work just to be able to sleep. And he knew he wouldn't be able to just sweep all the designs off the bed. He'd feel obligated to carefully transfer stuff to the floor, and that meant at least a half hour until he could collapse into bed. He groaned aloud and dropped his head to the door jamb. He was so tired. "What?" Dink stuck her head out of the back bedroom, already wearing her well-loved robe, which he knew hid a pair of killer legs he tried so hard to ignore each morning. "Nothing," he sighed. Then, unable to help himself, his gaze rose to the ceiling. Hers followed, and she gasped. "Oh, shoot! The capes!" She stepped out of the bedroom completely. "I'm sorry, Jace. I'll go up and clear them off." Her last word was followed by a giant yawn, and Jace grinned tiredly. "No, don't worry about it. He trailed off, thanks to a yawn that had been prompted by hers. "It's not your fault, and you shouldn't have to put off sleep." She stepped out of the doorway. "You sleep in here tonight. The bed's your size anyhow. I'll go deal with my mess and then sleep up there eventually." He waved away her objections. "I'm not going to take your bed away from you, Dink." They both stopped to yawn, simultaneously, and when they were done, Dink was smiling slightly at him. "Then share it?" Jace's mouth dropped open further. Share it? As in, share a bed with her? But she just shrugged and turned back into the room. "Listen, it's a huge bed, and I've only slept in this half. Not even half." He could see she was right. Only about a third of the sheets were rumpled. She stepped back into the room and began to rearrange the pillows. "I'll stay on my side, you stay on yours, and we'll stick some pillows in the middle. That should be good enough for your delicate sensibilities." He snorted and rolled his eyes, but that turned into a yawn. Dink took off her robe, and he saw she was wearing a baggy t-shirt instead of her usual tank top. Thank goodness. "Jace, get into the bed. I promise not to bother you. It's super late, and we have to be up early anyhow. I've got to meet with Pastor Roberts, and you've got to get ready for your interview." Shoot, that's right. He hadn't exactly forgotten tomorrow's interview, but the fun he'd had this evening had pushed it out of the forefront of his mind, where it had been for the last few days. And she had to meet with the new pastor to make sure the marriage certificate was okay. He was usually pretty good about remembering meetings, but Dink, standing there in boxers that showed off her awesome legs and a too big University of Texas at Austin t-shirt, could distract any man. Knowing how she could be, it was kind of a surprise that she had remembered his interview. Maybe his expression gave him away because she smiled. "Yeah, I can pay attention to calendars too. So," she broke off to smother a yawn, "it'd be dumb for us to stay up any later than we have to when there's a perfectly good solution right here." Jace wasn't sure if her argument was a good one, or if he was just too tired to come up with any objections, because the bed was suddenly looking incredibly inviting. He sighed, giving up. Fine. He made his way to the pristine side of the bed, stepping over Hagrid's bin as he went, and pulled the blankets back. "But I'm sticking a pillow in between us." "Why? Don't you trust me?" She might have been smirking when she slipped between the sheets, but it was hard to tell. Jace yawned one more time before turning off the bedside light. "Not at all, Dink." There was a snort from the darkness on the other side of the pillow wall he'd erected. He rolled over onto his side so his back faced her, and felt her do the same. There was as much physical distance between them as possible, plus the pillow, but Jace imagined he could feel her warmth. "Good night, Jace." It was long after her breathing had faded into a steady rhythm, and he lay there thinking about her warmth and her smile and her complete unsuitability, that Jace finally sighed and gave in to the inevitable. "Good night, Dink." Chapter 6. It took a while for Dink to come out of her dream. She was warm and cozy and felt comfortable in a way she couldn't pinpoint. The pillows were fluffy, the heater was humming quietly, and there was a heavy blanket across her middle. She felt like she could lie in bed forever, just happily enjoying the Friday morning peace. And that's when the blanket across her tightened, and her eyes flashed open. That was an arm. There was an arm around her? A firm chest pressed against her back, a breath stirring the hairs along her ear and neck. Jace was holding her. She remembered being so tired last night and suggesting that they share the bed. With both of them on opposite sides and the pillow in between, she figured there wouldn't be any trouble. But she was in trouble now. Even fully dressed, she could feel her body fighting to press back against him, to feel the full length of him first thing in the morning. This is better than coffee. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to appreciate it. The hitch in Jace's breathing told her he'd woken too, and had frozen in place much the same way she had. Would he apologize? Would he scramble backwards? Would he pull her even closer and nuzzle against the back of her neck, like she suddenly, desperately wanted? No. They lay like that for a full minute, neither of them moving or daring to breathe. Then, suddenly, he exhaled and relaxed, his arm going loose around her, and his fingers spreading out across her stomach. She couldn't suppress her shiver. "This is bad," he murmured against the back of her head. "Very bad," she agreed, staring straight ahead at the beige wall paint. "I should probably apologize." She felt him take a breath. "But I don't want to." She didn't want him to either. "I don't mind." She really didn't. In fact, it was pretty disturbing to realize how much she didn't mind. His arm tightened just the teeniest bit. I should probably just roll over and we can pretend this never happened. Awkward, but believable. It was a mistake. An accident.
Yeah.
Dink swallowed down whatever else she wanted to say. He thought this was a mistake? The problem is, Jace made a noise somewhere between a groan and a laugh, and his fingers smoothed across the front of a ratty t-shirt. I don't want to leave and pretend it never happened. Her throat went dry.
What a way to wake up, huh? What do you want, then?
I want to kiss you. When she stiffened, he made that half-hurt, half-laugh again. I'm sorry. I know it's inappropriate, but I can't help it. You... When he trailed off, she knew she had to say something. Otherwise, she'd lose him.
I want you to kiss me, too. I've wanted it.
It's probably just because we've been stuck together, right?
Right. Totally. But...
Yeah. He took another deep breath. Maybe we should try it. Just to, get it out of the way. So we don't wonder. Sort of as an experiment. Dink's heart began beating double time.
Maybe that's a good idea. If you really want to, I mean.
Right now, there's not much else I want more. Sorry. His tone said he was confessing a deep secret, and Dink's lips pulled up into a smile. She resisted the urge to wiggle, to snuggle against him. Instead, she tried to be responsible.
But not here. Kissing in bed just seems like a bad idea.
Yeah. He sounded reluctant now.
Yeah.
So did she. But then, as if they'd both counted to 3 silently, they rolled apart and lunged out of bed simultaneously. Dink stood facing him across the king-sized rumpled sheets and blankets. They had really just slept beside each other, woke up cuddled against one another, and she'd never felt more rested, more ready to take on the world than she did at that moment. His creamy brown eyes were raking her from head to knees, and she stared right back at him. How could any man look so darn appealing in a gray t-shirt and flannel PJ pants? She forced her breathing to slow and reached for her cozy robe.
I think that if we're going to do this, we should do it properly.
He cleared his throat and ran a hand across his short hair. Not in bed. Not near a bed.
I'm going to brush my teeth so morning breath doesn't skew the results of this experiment.
Yeah, if this fails, we should want it to fail on its own, right?
Right.
Dink pulled the robe's belt tight.
It probably will fail. We're just feeling this way because we've been thrown together too often in the last few days, and then I made you sleep with me.
Her brain registered what she'd just said about the same time he closed his eyes in what looked like an expression of pain.
I mean sleeping. We slept beside one another. That was it.
That was it, yeah. He turned away and began to climb over Hagrid's bin. I need some OJ. I'll meet you in the kitchen in 5?
Yeah.
And then, after he'd walked out, she muttered it again.
Yeah.
Kissing? She was going to kiss Jace Cunningham? Her skin already felt like a million little jolts of electricity were running up and down it. And now they were going to kiss, too? She definitely didn't need coffee this morning. She stood in the kitchen 4.5 minutes later, staring at his broad shoulders as he slowly lowered his glass to the counter and took a deep breath. When he turned, she tried her best smile, and his eyes widened slightly.
So, we're really going to do this?
She was half excited, half terrified. He ran his hand across his hair again. She liked she was able to read his frustration and nervousness, like she was beginning to understand him. Then he sighed. If you're sure.
I think it's only right. I mean, obviously, we've got something unresolved here, right? Something we've both been thinking about.
In her case, she'd been thinking about it pretty hard.
It's probably best if we approach this logically and found a way to prove or disprove our,
She dropped her gaze to his chest, only because it was easier than staring at his lips.
attraction.
Yeah. She heard the grin in his voice, but didn't confirm it. I'm impressed. That sounds pretty scientific. Methodical.
You're the one who suggested we do it.
Dink flashed her gaze back to his.
That's pretty impulsive.
You must be rubbing off on me. But that's when he smiled, and a little bit of Dink melted. Heck, a whole lot of her melted, and she'd stepped closer to him before she realized what she was doing. Staring up at him. He was tall enough she had to tilt her head backwards. She took a deep breath.
So, how should we do this?
I think we should probably be touching. He took one of her hands. Like this. His palm felt cool and dry against hers. Was she sweating? Dink squeezed his fingers and smiled slightly when he squeezed back.
Okay, got it. What's next?
Well, he murmured as he bent closer. I guess we should just do it. Just kiss, huh?
For science?
For science. He agreed, and their lips touched. Volcanoes erupting. Giant waves crashing against the sand. Fireworks. Dink could have come up with all sorts of visual metaphors for the next few minutes, but they wouldn't have done the kiss justice. She was breathless and panting when she came back to herself and realized she was standing on her bare tiptoes, one hand clutching his like her life depended on it, and the other wrapped around his neck. She would have been dangling against his chest, except for the fact that his free arm was clutching her to him, and she felt safer and more secure than she could ever remember being. He was breathing heavily as well when he dropped his forehead to hers, his eyes shut in what might have been pain. Holy moly, Dink. He sucked in a deep breath, and Dink found herself nodding in agreement. That was... He trailed off, and she couldn't help him. She couldn't think of any way to describe what they'd just shared either. Finally, his grip on her loosened, and she felt herself sliding down his chest to stand on her own 2 feet once more. Her arm, which had been holding onto his neck so tightly she thought she might hurt him, now dropped to his bicep, happy to still have some support. And throughout it all, her right hand clutched his left like a lifeline. Her fingers ached, but she didn't care. She couldn't let him go. She stared at his chest, wondering what that kiss had meant to him. This is bad, Dink. She nodded, still not able to meet his eyes, but heard him groan. Very bad. She swallowed.
Totally bad.
We definitely do not need to be attracted to each other.
Not at all. I mean, you're uptight and a county, and I'm...
If possible, his grip on her hand tightened. We're complete opposites, yeah. We've just been thrown together for this wedding. We'll be out of each other's hair in less than a week.
Yeah.
Yeah. A few moments of silence passed, while Dink focused on the way his chest expanded inside his t-shirt with every breath. Finally, she cleared her throat.
I don't even like you, but I'm beginning to think I might love you.
Of course, she didn't complete her thought aloud. But maybe she didn't need to. Jace dropped her hand with a full-out groan, but she didn't have time to feel bereft before he was wrapping both arms around her shoulders and pulling her against him. She didn't know what he needed from her, but was glad to take whatever comfort he was willing to offer. Snaking her arms around his middle, she tucked her cheek against his chest.
and when he dropped a kiss on the crown of her head, she shuddered slightly. "Yeah," he murmured against her hair. "I know. Me too." And they stood like that for a long time, neither saying anything. Dink wasn't sure exactly how she felt, and wasn't sure at all how he felt, but at that moment, it didn't matter. Nothing mattered except she felt warm and valued in his arms. And wasn't that just a confusing thought? All things considered, it was pretty amazing he'd managed to get through that interview. Of course, it wasn't so much an interview as a new hire meeting. Jace had been surprised when Wade had asked him only perfunctory questions about his resume, and then began to outline the benefits package, duties entailed, and compensation. Even Jace, who'd been distracted all morning by the memory of Dink in his arms, had thought it was going a little oddly. Whoa, he'd said, holding up his hands in front of Wade's big desk. "Don't you want to talk about my qualifications or something?" "No, your resume speaks for itself, and Will vouches for you." Wade had sighed and slumped back in his chair then, and Jace had thought Wade looked exhausted when he gestured to a stack of folders on the desk. "And I'm pretty desperate for an accountant to hand all this over to. There's so many little things. I just found out we need a new mechanic, for crying out loud, and I'm going nuts trying to handle it all myself. Besides, we've all known you for years, and I think the ranch is important to you, right?" Jace nodded. It was important, and if he could think of anything besides Dink for more than a minute, he would have tried to explain why. Instead, he contented himself with a simple, "Yes, sir." But Wade had smiled tiredly and held out his hand. "No need for that, Jace. Call me Wade, just like everyone else does. We're all one big family here at River's End Ranch, and I'm happy to welcome you back home." Jace had dazedly shaken Wade's hand, made arrangements to begin his new job the week after the wedding, and headed back home. Or, rather, back to the tiny house he shared with Dink. Dink. He'd kissed her, and it had been amazing. He had to admit that part of him, most of him, had hoped kissing her would get her out of his blood, out of his brain. He'd hoped to feel nothing, so he could convince himself that she was just on his mind so often because they were working together. But nope. That kiss had been more powerful than any he'd experienced before, and there was no way he'd be able to get her out of his system now. And since he'd tasted her, he didn't think he'd spend more than a minute not thinking about her, even during that interview. He didn't want her out of his system. He was in trouble. Jace hunched against the cool breeze and walked a little faster. His suit jacket wasn't made for warmth, apparently, and the changing seasons were making themselves known. Hopefully, the weather held for a few more days. The wedding was on Tuesday, and after that, Idaho could get as wintry as it wanted. When he pushed open the door to the tiny house, he was surprised to see a bin in the middle of the living room, or rather the tiny space between the front door and the kitchen that contained the couch and TV. When he moved forward to peer down into it, a priority mail envelope came sailing over the loft railing and bounced off his head before dropping into the bin. "Dink?" Her head appeared over the railing, her teal blue eyes flitting from him, rubbing his head, to the bin beside him. "Whoops, sorry." And that's when she smiled, and he would have forgiven her anything. Her smile was like, well, to someone like him, who was used to holding his emotions inside and not letting others know what he thought, her smile was special. It made him feel like he was special. "What are you doing up there?" She pulled her head back, but her voice floated down. "Finishing up these labels. I was hoping when we went into town this afternoon we could stop at the post office. It's cheaper to ship from there than the UPS store on the ranch." Sure. But then, shrugging out of his suit jacket and loosening his tie, Jace thought to ask, "We're going into Riston today?" Her head popped back over the railing, a teasing look on her face. He wasn't left wondering why when she lobbed a completed package into the bin, barely missing him. "We have to drop the program files off at the printers and pick up the marriage license, remember? Gotta leave before 3 o'clock to get there before they close." Jace frowned when he realized he'd forgotten completely. "You're getting pretty good at this calendar stuff, Dink." She rolled her eyes. "Maybe I'm more organized than you think." Maybe she was a lot more everything than he'd thought. When she tossed another package down at him, he caught it and lowered it into the bin carefully. Maybe. She came down the stairs backwards, clutching the last of her packages in her arms. After dropping them in, she plopped cross-legged on the couch. "Well, how'd it go?" He couldn't stop staring at her, with her eyes sparkling in excitement and her limbs all loose and free. She looked so at ease, and he couldn't help thinking about that kiss. "How'd what go?" "The interview, silly. How'd the interview go?" "Oh." He hung his jacket up over one of the kitchen chairs and sat down in the other. "It went fine, I guess." "You guess? When do you find out if you got the job?" He smiled for the first time since entering the room. "I start the Monday after the wedding." Dink gasped and actually bounced a little bit. He wouldn't have been surprised if she'd clapped, too. She looked that pleased for him. "Oh, Chase, I'm so glad. I knew Wade would hire you. He'd be silly not to. You're obviously qualified and motivated." "Thanks." He wondered if he was blushing. Sure feels like it. "So..." Maybe he should have sounded more enthusiastic, because she was looking at him funny now. "Are we happy about this?" We? Like she was invested in his future? In his happiness? Jace took a deep breath and tried not to think about her pressed against his chest that morning, her small arms holding him tight. "Yeah, I'm happy. I think this might be where I belong, you know?" She smiled and nodded, and he thought maybe she did know what he'd meant. Later, after he'd switched out his suit jacket for his favorite Angora sweater and she'd pulled on her hoodie, he loaded her bin into the SUV and they climbed in. The first few moments of the drive were spent in companionable silence, but then he heard her take a deep breath. "Will you tell me about it?" "About the interview?" "No. About why you feel so at home here. I know you weren't raised around here." "I wasn't." Jace felt his fingers tighten around the steering wheel. "I grew up mostly down in Boise. That's where the agency had been, at least." "So how'd you fall in love with this place?" Is that what he'd done? Fall in love with it? Jace supposed that was true. One of my foster mothers decided it was a good place for me to build character, and her husband was glad to get me out of his hair, I think. Either way, it worked, and Rivers End Ranch shaped me up. She didn't say anything for another few miles, and he snuck a peek in her direction. She was staring at him thoughtfully. "What?" "Will you tell me about her?" "Who?" "Your mother." Your mother. Jace pulled into the post office parking lot and slid into a spot, keeping his hands firmly on the steering wheel. Your mother. He took a deep breath. Maybe it was the kiss they'd shared. Maybe it was the way Dink saw him as a real person rather than a rarity. Maybe it was the caring in her expression, but he wanted to tell her. I don't remember my mother. The foster agency told me she was high on all sorts of drugs when she brought me in. Single white female, 22 years old. That's all I know. She was young. So was I. Jace tried to harden his heart against the compassion he heard in her voice, but it was hard.
He wanted to give in, to let her comfort him. Do you know how few black men there are in Idaho? Big cities are more diverse, of course, so she must have found someone. He didn't bother to hide the bitterness. Your father was black? She sounded surprised enough that he turned to see if she was mocking him. When he saw she wasn't, he frowned. Yeah, isn't it obvious? She just shrugged. I've spent years living in Dallas, Jace. I'm used to all sorts of people. He snorted. Then you're unique in Idaho. Things can get pretty monotone up here. Yeah, but something like skin color doesn't really matter. Jace stared at the steering wheel and thought of the women he'd dated in the past, some of whom had only seemed interested in him because he was different from so many other Idahoans. Some women. She seemed to understand what he was trying to say, even if he couldn't finish the thought. It was her turn to snort derisively. You really don't think women could be interested in you because you're a gorgeous, intelligent, and successful man? Gorgeous? Jace's eyes widened slightly, but he didn't glance her way, even when he felt her hand on his forearm. You're wrong, Jace. Who your parents are doesn't matter. When her hand dropped away, he felt like a piece of himself had left with her. At least, it doesn't matter to me. He cleared his throat, not sure how to respond. Did he thank her? Tell her he'd been waiting, hoping, to hear those words for years? Or brush them off like they didn't matter? Finally, he just said, Let's get these packages inside, so that we can make some kids happy. And so he could pretend he wasn't stupidly falling in love with her. Chapter 7. She didn't bring it up again until dinner, but once they were both sitting in a dark booth at Golden Palace, Riston's only Chinese restaurant, Dink tried to think of a way to steer the conversation back to Jace's history with the ranch. They'd spent the afternoon scooting around Riston and checked 3 more things off their list. The programs would be ready to pick up on Monday. Will and Ellie's marriage license was carefully ensconced in the SUV's glove box, and they'd even had time to stop at the drugstore for a few items. Safety pins, Band-Aids, bobby pins, and clear nail polish that Dink figured Ellie or the other bridesmaids might need on Tuesday. The only bummer about the afternoon, and really, after the morning's kiss, it was pretty amazing anything could be a bummer, was getting the call from the mechanic down in Moscow. Apparently Wanda, her trusty sedan, couldn't be fixed. Or rather, it would cost about twice as much to fix her cracked engine block, whatever that meant, as the car was worth. Dink sadly accepted the news and arranged for the shop to hold on to the sedan until after the wedding. She figured she'd have to find a way to get rid of the car and buy a new one. Dink had sighed as she'd hung up the phone. Not an expense she needed right now. What's up? Jace had asked. My car's officially dead. No hope of resuscitation. I've got to figure out a way to get a new one, I guess. That's when he took her hand. They'd been walking back from the drugstore, her purchases dangling in a little white bag between them, and it felt right somehow to let him hold both. I'm sorry. Can I take you to dinner? She forced a grin as she shoved her phone back in her bag and bumped his arm with her shoulder. Like another date? Like a memorial supper in your car's honor. We can tell stories and remember it in song. She'd giggled. I like you when you're silly, Jace. He'd pretended to be offended. She liked even more that she could tell when he was pretending, and steered her into the Chinese palace, which is how they were now sitting across from each other, waiting for their veggie lo mein and General Tso's chicken to be delivered. She didn't want to talk about her car, though. She wanted to talk about the little window to his past he'd opened on the way from the ranch. So, you were raised in Boise. Is that where your foster parents lived? His wide, expressive mouth turned down in a frown, and he looked away. staring out the window at the shadows lengthening on the sidewalk outside. Some of them, yeah.
And the others?
She knew he didn't want to talk about it, but she wasn't ready to give up. There was a home, an orphanage, I guess, down there too. The foster homes they placed me in were spread out. His shoulders shook once, but she didn't think he was laughing. I had kind of a reputation. Difficult, the employees at the home called me. People looked at me. I was so much bigger than other kids, and they just expected it. Dink ached to think that he'd been raised by employees rather than a family. She reached across the table to take his hand, but he still didn't look at her.
What about the foster family who sent you to River's End Ranch? Did they think you were difficult?
He was pretending to be really interested in the view of the dusty little street outside, but she felt his fingers tighten around hers momentarily. Yeah, at first, he sighed. Mrs. Raymond was a nice old lady and was good with us obstinate cases. The agency placed me with her when I was 13, after yet another family sent me back. Her husband didn't like me much, but she was... When a few moments passed without him continuing, Dink squeezed his hand.
She was what?
That's when he turned to her, and she swore his eyes looked brighter than usual in the dim light. She was special. She believed in me, and I started to believe in myself. Dink's chest tightened, and she gripped his hand harder.
She does sound special,
was all she could manage to get out past her dry throat. She was always encouraging me to buckle down, to do well in school, to study and follow my agenda and make charts. She was the one who taught me how to tie a tie and how to take pride in my appearance and be polite. Oh man, she was a stickler for manners. There was no doubt about it. Jace had tears in his eyes when he spoke about the woman who obviously had a profound effect on him. Dink smiled, even though she wanted to cry herself.
That explains so much about it.
What?
Well, you obviously became exactly what she wanted. Look at you.
She nodded at his ironed collar under the sweater.
You're well-dressed, successful, and uptight. You must have worked hard to become who she wanted you to be.
His gaze dropped down to his chest before flitting away again. Yeah, I guess so.
You went to grad school for accounting, Jace. If that's not buckling down, I don't know what is.
This time, he snorted at her joke. Better than nothing, she supposed. Once I discovered that I didn't have to goof off in school, I realized I liked math. I was good at it. That's about all Mr. Raymond and I had in common.
That was her husband?
Jace nodded. He didn't like me much, but we stayed out of each other's way. He was totally on board with her sending me to the ranch every summer, because I think he was glad to have me gone. Ah, they'd gotten back around to the ranch at last.
So you'd come for the whole summer?
River's End Ranch used to do these summer camps, 1 week in the wilderness for kids and teens. The younger kids stayed in cabins along the river, but the older kids would camp out in the mountains. His eyes had cleared up, but now they looked a little distant, like he was remembering something from long ago. Canoeing, swimming, horseback riding, hiking, archery. It was like a dream come true for a lot of us. Mrs. Raymond said it'd build character, and she was right. I met Will that first year, and the rest is history. She scrambled for something to say.
The Westons are a great family.
Yeah, and they really welcomed me, which was nice to a kid without a family, you know? Squeezing his hand again, she forced a smile.
I can imagine.
Did she sound like she was choking? Oh well, she kinda was. After a few years, Mr. Weston hired me on as a counselor alongside Will. We did the summer aquatics program, although Will was a terrible manager. I worked here every summer up until grad school. After that, Things got too hectic, so I just stayed at the school down in Moscow and then found a great job after.
Mrs. Raymond must be so proud of you and all you've accomplished.
Shoot. It must have been the wrong thing to say, because Jace dropped her gaze and looked out the window once more. Maybe. He shrugged. She died when I was 17. Cancer. Right before I left for college, actually. They never officially adopted me because Mr. Raymond wasn't a big fan of mine. And now, I guess I'm glad they didn't. He said it, but she didn't believe it. She thought maybe, had his foster mother loved him enough to adopt him, even at age 17, he would have had more to hold on to all these years.
I'm sorry.
She squeezed his hand again and was gratified to feel him squeeze back. It's okay. He shrugged again like it was no big deal, but he was pretending again. I guess you're right, though. I guess I'm still trying to make her proud of me.
She would be, Jace.
When he turned and met her eyes again, she nodded to let him know she was serious.
She'd be proud of the man you've become.
Was that hope in his eyes? Did Dink's opinion really mean that much to him? She hoped so, and gripped his fingers tighter.
I mean it. You're motivated and successful, and have found your way back to the ranch that meant so much to you as a kid. She'd be really happy for you.
There were tears in his eyes again. She'd swear to it. But instead of answering, he just nodded, and then the server bustled up with their dinner platters, and the mood was broken. Later, over her veggie lo mein, she pointed her chopsticks in his direction.
So, are you going to work at the summer camp next summer?
He smiled slightly as he stabbed at his General Tso's chicken with his fork. She'd already teased him about his inability to use the chopsticks. No, the ranch stopped doing the camp a few years back.
What? Why?
He shrugged. Will says the guy who was running it left, and no one else had much interest in reviving the program, so it got forgotten. Dink paused, a noodle dangling halfway to her mouth.
Well, that's dumb. It was obviously a great program, and all those kids got a lot out of it, including you.
She jabbed the chopstick and the noodle in his direction, and pretended to ignore the way he flinched out of the way of the sauce.
They need to find someone to restart it.
Well, you're probably right. Jace leaned slightly to his left, and she resisted the urge to flick the noodle directly at him, and instead popped it into her mouth. But who?
Well...
She shrugged and attacked her pile of lo mein once more.
You're going to be here permanently now, and have experience with the camp. How about you?
Me? It was almost comical how high his voice got. No way. That's a full-time job. It meant a lot for me to attend, and to even be a counselor, but I can't coordinate or run it. Why don't you do it?
What?
Dink had just shoved another bunch of noodles in her mouth and now struggled to explain.
What?
He began to chuckle and moved farther out of the way. Chew and swallow, Miss Impetuous. She glared at him while she followed his suggestion.
I don't know anything about running a camp.
But you know a lot about kids. Those capes you make are pretty awesome.
But...
She waved her chopsticks around and ignored the way he eyed them warily.
Camp? You've got to be a manager or a teacher or something for that. I'm just an artist. A seamstress.
In the blink of an eye, he dropped his fork and had grabbed her free hand. Dink froze, arrested by the intensity of his gaze. I think you're so much more than that, Dinky Redfern. Her mouth opened to reply, probably something flippant, but then she slowly closed it, remembering the way his arms felt around her that morning, remembering the desperate sweetness of his lips, remembering him. So she squeezed his hand back.
I think you're pretty awesome too, Jace Cunningham.
He nodded once, but didn't drop her hand. So,
Would you consider it?
Consider what?
She was still thinking about that kiss. Consider staying here at the ranch, working on the camp, being with him. The idea made her stomach all squiggly. Stay here? Stay in Idaho? Well, why not? Her trusty Wanda was no more, which meant that it was going to be a pain to move Hagrid and her machine and bin of material, plus her clothes, anywhere, anyhow. Ellie was here in Idaho, and it wasn't like Dink had a home to go back to in Texas. All of her stuff was crammed into the tiny house already, minus whatever Muzz and Dad were storing for her back in South Carolina. They actually had a Dink annex in their attic for everything she hadn't been able to fit into her car when she'd moved out of Magnus's place.
She took a deep breath. I don't know. I like it here. I like you. But
what?
Well, I mean...
She tried for a little grin, but failed.
Deciding to move to Idaho on the spur of the moment? Sounds pretty impulsive, you know?
Yes, I do. He looked serious when he nodded. And here I am, advocating it. Maybe you're rubbing off on me.
You really want me to stay?
He squeezed her hand once more, then let it go. As he picked up his fork, he flashed her a quick grin. I'm becoming pretty used to you, Dink. I like having you around. It wasn't exactly an I like you, but it would do. Dink nodded and poked at her noodles again.
Then I guess I'll have to think about sticking around, won't I?
Good.
In the meantime, let's figure out how to convince Wade to restart those summer camps.
She took a big bite, then fumbled for her bag, and dug out the sketch pad and pencil she always carried.
Here, she said through the food in her mouth. Make a list.
A list? Dink swallowed as she nodded.
Of ideas. Stuff we have to do to convince Wade that the camps would be good for the ranch. Good for the kids around here. And profitable.
She was already scribbling.
That's important. He's got all the resources here already, after all. We're only talking about hiring a few more staff, right? And if the kids all camp, it wouldn't even cut into his bottom line for the summer because guests could still rent all the cabins and rooms like normal.
She was writing as fast as she could.
Maybe we should just start with the older kids, the teens, for next summer to ease ourselves back into the program?
That's when she realized Jace wasn't participating in her brainstorming session and glanced up at him. He sat, fiddling with his fork, a big grin on his face as he watched her.
What?
Nothing. He shrugged. I just think you're cute when you do that. Her eyes widened.
You think I'm cute?
No, I think you're beautiful, but I think you're cute when you start making lists. He'd had plenty of chances to see her making lists over the last few days as they handled wedding prep, but this was the first time he'd called her beautiful.
You think I'm...
She couldn't even make her mouth say the words, afraid she'd misheard him. I like it when you start making lists. It makes you look organized, on top of things. Dink blinked, and then burst into laughter.
Like you, huh?
Of course, he wasn't going to dwell on that completely offhand compliment he'd given her.
Maybe you're rubbing off on me.
Maybe we're rubbing off on each other. They stared at one another for a heartbeat, and then both of their eyes went wide as they realized the double entendre. Dink started giggling again when she saw him blush, but he just scowled and attacked his chicken with a vengeance. You know what I meant, he muttered under his breath as he shoved a forkful into his mouth. She did know what he'd meant, but also knew she wouldn't mind any other kind of rubbing he had in mind. Which was interesting. She'd known him such a short amount of time, but couldn't deny the attraction there. This morning's kiss had proven it wasn't just circumstances that had forced them together. She genuinely was attracted to him, and he seemed to like her well enough.
I think you're beautiful. Wow. You know, I think we should try the kissing experiment again. Judging from the way he blinked at her, she'd managed to shock him. You know, for science. There was no telling how he'd react, but a slow smile crossed his face. For science? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Sitting there in the middle of a tiny Chinese restaurant in Riston, Idaho. Idaho, for gosh sakes. Dink felt a feeling of contentment seep through her. His smile, the list in between them, a plan and a future stretching out in front of them. She felt like maybe, just maybe, she was home? His second meeting with Wade was much more informal than the first, but Jace could concentrate better, thanks to Dink being beside him this time. She texted the eldest Weston brother and set up a meeting Saturday morning, and as soon as they'd walked into his office and Wade glanced down at their clasped hands, he'd smiled. "Good to see you again," he'd said as he'd come around the edge of the desk to greet them warmly, like they were part of the family. "How's the wedding planning coming?" "Great," Dink had chirped. "So far so good. We've still got to decorate Wild West Town, but I think Kelsey recruited all of the Westons to help with that on Monday, right?" At Wade's nod, she continued. "We're meeting with Pastor Roberts one last time tomorrow, and our family arrives today. It sounds like your parents aren't coming, after all?" With that, Wade had seemed to deflate and propped his hip against his desk as he crossed his arms. "No, Dad doesn't fly, and they're still down in Florida. But, as Mom pointed out, they didn't come home for Kelsey's wedding, or Jess's, or Wyatt's. Only difference is that Will's is a publicity stunt, so they heartily approve." Jace, who'd grown up without parents, couldn't imagine the stress revolving around families and weddings, but Dink had done her best to explain it over the last few days, so he'd just kept his mouth shut in response to Wade's obvious frustration. Dink knew just what to say, though. "Well, we're going to do our best to make sure that the ranch comes off looking awesome." Wade had smiled and gestured for them to sit. "So, are you here to talk about the wedding?" "Nope." Dink had pulled Jace forward to sit in the same leather chair he'd sat in the day before, and he didn't miss the way his soon-to-be boss's eyes flicked down to their clasped hands once more. Maybe Jace should have untangled himself from Dink, but he couldn't force himself to. She felt too good. So he just sat there and listened to her describe her idea for the summer camp and watched her. He loved how animated she was, how enthusiastic. She'd been that way for him, too, and it was a new feeling. A feeling that made his chest tight and his stomach uneven and his pulse loud in his ears. He was falling hard for his unintentional roommate. It wasn't until Wade had turned to him that Jace realized she'd finished explaining. He didn't know what the general manager was asking him, so he just tried to look as serious and supportive as possible. "You think this would be profitable for the ranch, Jace?" Well, shoot. He was Rivers End Ranch's new accountant, wasn't he? Jace had sighed and run his hand over his hair. "It might take a year or two, but I think we could make a small profit. Frankly, though, I think the benefits will come from the goodwill those camps will foster in the community." He'd sat up a little straighter, remembering what the summer camp had meant to him as a kid. "You're going to get a lot of new guests once people start hearing what a great time their kids are having. And I'm guessing Lily, the event planner, or whoever's in charge of PR, could swing a lot of great publicity out of the program. People all over will hear about the ranch if we're reaching a segment of the population we haven't catered to before. Parents spend a lot on their kids, don't they?" Wade stared at him a moment longer, then looked down at the notes Dink had handed him. "You've got a good point. I'll call and talk to Dad about it. Do you have anyone in mind to run the camp?" The eldest Weston's smile was barely contained as he glanced between Jace and Dink. But she'd held up her hands and shook her head. "No, I'll help out, but I don't want to be in charge." "Well, fair enough." Wade put the notes down. "I have a guy, Sean McAllister, in mind who's staying at the ranch. He's a teacher, but asked if I had any extra work for him." After that, it was pretty obvious Wade was already deep in thought about the possibilities, so Dink had grabbed Jace's hand and jerked her head towards the door. They'd said their goodbyes, and Wade had barely acknowledged them. And now they stood on the porch of the main house, blinking in the noon sun and trying to decide what to tackle first on their wedding to-do list. Dink wanted to drive to Post Falls to pick up the suits, but Jace thought they should spend the afternoon going over the guest list one more time to give the final numbers to the kitchen on Sunday. "Hey, Shorty." It was an unfamiliar voice attached to an unfamiliar man. He was walking up the path from the parking lot, swaggering more than a little. "You see my baby sister around anywhere?" Jace bristled, wondering if this giant was talking to them, when Dink screamed, actually screamed, and launched herself off the porch and into the stranger's arms. He spun her around, and she wrapped her legs around him to hug him harder. Jace's jaw dropped. Had she really just climbed into this man's arms? Of all the rash, reckless things to do! But the stranger was now sizing Jace up and took a step closer, with Dink still wrapped around him. He was as tall as Jace himself, but about twice as wide at the shoulders. His forearms alone were the size of Jace's calves. But Jace had the advantage, being up on the porch. He nodded to the stranger, not exactly welcoming, but not warily either. Years-old memories of schoolyard scrapes for dominance told him how to hold himself. But then Dink had to go and ruin the budding standoff. "Jace, this is Elvis, my brother." As his shoulders relaxed, Jace allowed himself to see the similarities. The stranger's hair was much darker, but he had Dink's blue eyes and easy smile, which he flashed now as he untangled himself from his sister. "Oh, come on, Lloyd. You know I hate that name." "That's why we use it, silly." Her brother took the first 2 steps up to the porch and stuck his hand out for a shake. His grip was just as crushing as Jace had expected. "Elf Redfern, which I'll admit isn't much better than Elvis. I'm Ellie's big brother, and Dink's even bigger brother." Jace had to smile at the man's self-deprecating humor. "Jason Cunningham. I'm Will's best man." "Good to meet you." Dink was positively vibrating with excitement. "Where's Muzz and Dad? Did you all come to the ranch together?" "Well," Elf drawled. "The flight was fine, thanks for asking. Had some trouble in Spokane finding a rental car big enough for me and Dad to both fit, but—" "Are they here?" Dink asked exasperatedly. Her brother smiled and looked so much like his sister for a moment, if Dink had had a big dark beard, that is, that Jace blinked. "They're over at the bunkhouse with Ellie. We're heading over to her house to see Will again in about a half hour." Dink squealed and took off running for the hotel building attached to the old ranch house, leaving the 2 men to size each other up once more. "So, Jason, huh?" Elf shoved his hands in his pockets, and Jace saw he shared his youngest sister's taste in clothing. His jeans were well worn, his work boots were scuffed, and his t-shirt was splattered in what might have been paint. "Dink hasn't mentioned you." Forcing himself to shrug nonchalantly, Jace stepped down and around the larger man, heading towards the bunkhouse. "We just met recently." The other man hummed noncommittally and followed. "It's just that you seem awfully protective of her." Jace bristled again, and his stride lengthened. "Is this where you warned me not to hurt her? A show of big brothership?" From the corner of his eye, he saw Elf shrug. "Nah, she can handle herself. Just curious." He sounded serious, so Jace slowed and forced himself to take a deep breath. "She can. She's a pretty amazing woman." "Glad you see that." Elf was one of those people who had the ability to smile at anything, like his sister did. I'm looking forward to catching up with her while I'm here. Is your family planning on staying long? Dunno. The other man shrugged, and their strides matched as they made their way towards the bunkhouse's parking lot. Muzz and Dad have plane tickets back next week, but are looking forward to relaxing a little here. I don't have any pressing reason to get back to Charleston. What do you do? Jace remembered Dink mentioned her brother worked with metal and sold his creations online. Was he an artist, too? Lots of different things. Mechanic, I guess. I quit my job to go to school last year, but they're not teaching me anything I don't already know. Jace thought the eldest Redfern sibling sounded just as blasé about school as Will did. Maybe that's why Ellie and Will got along so well. But Elf's words reminded Jace of something Wade had said during the interview. Well, if you decide to stick around a while, the ranch's general manager just told me yesterday they need to hire a part-time mechanic. Apparently, the fleet of four-wheelers and utility trucks is getting too large to expect the mechanic from Riston to keep coming out here all the time. Elf nodded. I'll think about it. Thanks. Jace never got to hear the remainder of the other man's words because the rest of the Redfern family came barreling out the door then and enveloped them both. Mr. Redfern was as big and burly as his son, although his hair was going gray and his face was well lined. But it was obvious that Dink had gotten her diminutive height from Mrs. Redfern, who insisted Jace call her Muzz because, "Everyone else does, Pumpkin." Muzz told him that while hugging him, and Jace had no choice but to hug her back. Truthfully, he didn't mind. It was kind of nice to be welcomed like family. Obviously, the Redferns were as welcoming as the Westons, and it wasn't until later, when he found himself sitting with Muzz and Will and Elf on the front porch of Will's home, that he understood what that meant. These people had accepted him immediately, without knowing a thing about him, just because he was Dink's friend. And watching Muzz flutter around Will, "Pumpkin, weddings are as easy as falling off a piece of cake." Jace realized that he wanted this too. He liked being part of this family, just as much as he liked being part of Will's family, as much as he liked being part of the ranch, as much as he liked being part of Dink's life. Watching her laugh with her mother, Jace realized something unequivocal. He might have told her brother they'd only met recently, which was true, but it didn't matter. Somewhere along the way, he'd fallen in love with her enthusiasm, her utter disregard for the rules Jace had lived his life by, and her welcoming, caring manner, which she obviously got from her mother. He'd fallen in love with her kisses, and her smiles, and her stupid little jokes. Somewhere over the last few days, had he only known her a few days? Jace had fallen in love with her. Uh-oh. Chapter 8. Sunday afternoon found them sitting in the otherwise empty Sadie's Soda Saloon, the ice cream parlor that stood next door to the chapel in the Wild West town. They'd both agreed that the church service had been pretty cool. Even though the chapel was fairly new, it had been built to look old-timey, down to the unpadded pews, and they'd both felt like they'd been sitting through a 19th century church service. Afterwards, they'd stuck around while Pastor Roberts had mingled with the congregation, then sat down to discuss wedding day logistics with him. Jace liked him. He was a younger preacher, just out of seminary, and seemed happy to be settling down near where he'd grown up. He'd insisted they call him Pastor Kevin, and he wore blue jeans to preach. Not only did he seem enthusiastic about doing a Wild West-themed wedding, he even offered some suggestions. Jace had been happy to sit back and let Dink take the lead when it came to discussing antiquing, as she'd called it, the wedding ceremony. It seemed to really call to her artistic side, and Jace had just watched in admiration as her eyes sparkled and cheeks glowed, and she waved her notes around excitedly. She sure was a sight when she was discussing something she was passionate about. After they'd turned the wedding license over to Pastor Kevin, It had just felt natural to take her hand as they'd walked out of the chapel. She hadn't pulled away, but had gone right for the front door of the soda saloon and held it open for him. When he'd raised a brow, she just smiled. "Ellie tells me they've got really good root beer floats here, and I'm in the mood for a banana split." So now they were sitting across from one another in what Jace had to admit was a well-done, old-timey saloon that sold ice cream and coffee. His float was pretty good. Sadie had said she made all the ice cream herself, and Dink appeared to be enjoying her split while they pointed out various decorations. The place was decorated to look like something out of an old spaghetti western, complete with green baize poker tables for patrons and a big mirror behind the bar where the ice cream was stored. "I wouldn't be surprised to see a bartender back there in one of those old aprons, cleaning glasses or something." Dink snorted and used her spoon to point to the fake balcony that circled the room. "I think that's my favorite. The way it's decorated to look like there's a second story. I keep waiting for a scantily clad saloon girl to come out of one of those doors." "This whole place is right out of a movie." He nodded towards the upright piano along the front wall. "I can't believe that thing really works." "Oh, of course it does." The proprietress, a busty brunette who wasn't much taller than Dink, came bustling out of the back room, lugging a container of ice cream. "Who do you think's going to be playing it at the wedding?" "Me, silly." Sadie woman-handled the tub into the refrigerated spot under the counter. "Ellie arranged it a few weeks ago. I play for festivals and parties and stuff that need a Western setting. I've even got a set of ridiculous-looking barmaid costumes I make us all wear." Dink giggled. "Oh, I would love to see that." "You will." Sadie wiped her hands on a rag and came around the bar to prop a hip against the table nearest to them. "We'll be wearing them on Tuesday. Wade sent round a memo that the wedding's full Western dress, right?" At Jace's reluctant nod, the brunette smiled. "Well, anything we can do to rustle up a little business around here is a good thing." Looking around at the empty soda shop, Jace had to agree. Sadie noticed and understood his look. "Oh, don't worry. It's not always like this. But there's always a Sunday afternoon slump, and you caught us right at the tail end of ice cream season." She pointed to Dink, who had just shoveled a big bite of strawberry ice cream into her mouth. "By next week, we'll only offer chocolate and vanilla regularly, although I like to experiment, and we'll start churning out coffee at a much higher rate. There's just something about October that brings out the pumpkin spice in people. Coffee and tea and hot chocolate are what get us through the winter." "Well then," Dink's voice sounded muffled until she audibly swallowed. "I'm sure glad I caught y'all this week, but I wouldn't mind some spiced coffee. I'll have to try some before I—" With a start, she broke off whatever she'd been about to say and glanced guiltily at Jace. Had she been about to say, "before I leave the ranch"? He knew there was no reason for her to seriously consider staying. But after that conversation they'd had at the Golden Palace on Friday night about the future, he'd thought. No, he'd hoped. He'd hoped she would maybe consider sticking around, to be with him. Now she was staring at him, those gorgeous teal-blue eyes wide, and he couldn't read what she was thinking. Did she want to stay here? With him? She had all but admitted she had nowhere else to go, really. Wouldn't staying here, as his roommate, be preferable to having to buy a new car and drive off God knows where? Or was all this wishful thinking on his part? Did he want her to stay so badly that he was imagining things on her part? Jace didn't know what to do, other than to offer what she'd accept. So he put his hand over hers and liked the way she immediately flipped hers over to wrap their fingers together. "So, hey." When Jace looked up, Sadie was grinning hugely. "Double weddings are legal in Idaho, you know." She looked pointedly down at their joined hands and then laughed and sauntered towards the back room once more, leaving them alone. When he looked back, Dink dropped his gaze and attacked her banana split with a vengeance, blushing. Jace could guess why. Pastor Kevin had slyly mentioned something very similar when he'd seen how close the two of them were sitting that morning. Clearing his throat, Jace tried to come up with a way to put her at ease. "I'm sure she was just joking." Dink shrugged, still not looking up. "She's not. Ellie, She fiddled with her spoon. "Ellie said something similar yesterday, while you were out with Muzz and Will on the porch." "Ellie said it? She's the bride." "Yeah." A slow smile spread across Dink's face, and she finally peeked up at him. "I was pretty surprised myself, but she turned out to be less of a bridezilla than I'd always assumed she'd be." Jace squeezed her fingers once more, then untangled their hands. "That's because you and I have been doing all of the actual work. And it turns out that you're the bridezilla in this equation after all." Jace chuckled at her bland delivery. "Just because I, to quote your mother, like to have all my ducks on the same page, doesn't mean I'm a control freak." "She really said that?" At Jace's nod, Dink burst into laughter. "That is so a Muzzism. She's always screwing up her idioms." "Yeah, I figured that out. Besides that one, last night I heard her tell your brother he needed to wake up and smell the coffee on the wall." It was a good thing Dink was finished eating, or she might have choked on her ice cream. She was giggling so hard. "What does that even mean, Muzz? Honestly, she's always saying stuff like that. And she makes up words, too." "Are they worse than made-up idioms?" "Way worse. She says stuff like firmbally, or stampific, or frozy-toesies. And the very worst part is that they make complete sense in context. So then you start wondering if you're going nuts too." By now, Jace was chuckling, remembering the little ball of energy that was Muzz. "I'm looking forward to my next conversation with her. I'll tell you that much." "I'll bet she is too." Dink wiped her eyes with her napkin and then threw it into her ice cream bowl. "She's going to love having someone new to boss around and take care of and—" He saw her eyes go wide again as she trailed off. He didn't know what she'd been about to say, but had to admit it sounded nice. Jace took a deep breath. "I'd like that. Getting to know her, I mean, and the rest of your family." It wasn't easy to say, but it was worth it to see her tentative smile. "Yeah, me too." Maybe she did want him in her future. Things were getting complicated, that was for sure. Later, after they'd cleaned up their dishes, they strolled down one side of the Wild West town's boardwalk, with his arm around her shoulders and her tucked up against him. It felt right to be here with her. Natural. They fit perfectly together, like two puzzle pieces that hadn't been looking for an identical match, but for another piece that fit their dips and curves and shortcomings. Somehow, it was getting harder and harder to convince himself that they were just surprise roommates, just a best man and maid of honor thrown together to do a job. They were partners. They were considering a future. They were complete opposites, and they meshed perfectly. "Oh, look at those!" Dink stopped and pulled out of his hold, then pressed her hands against the glass window they'd been passing. Jace glanced up at the wooden sign hanging over the door beside them. General store. "Oh, this is the camp store, isn't it? It used to be over in the RV park. I guess they moved it here when the Westons decided the ranch needed a Wild West town." "I don't care." Her voice sounded far away. "I'm in love." He moved up beside her to see what it was that had her so enthralled. "A pair of boots?" Not just any pair of boots, though. Even Jace could see that. These were black, with intricate designs picked out in teal stitching nearly covering them. And they gleamed from the turquoise sequins that were sewn into almost every swirl. He couldn't imagine wearing something so garish. "They look—" But she was gone already. The bell tinkling over the door told him she'd already gone inside, so he just sighed ruefully and followed. Sure enough, he found her sitting in the aisle, already pulling off her shoes, the gaudy boots beside her. Jace looked around to see if the proprietor was nearby, but no luck.
"Look, they're even my size."
Dink was pulling on one of the teal boots, so Jace just sighed and crossed his arms over his chest. She stood up happily and stomped around.
"Oh my gosh, Jace, look at these things. Aren't they just the most beautiful things you've ever seen?"
The noise he made was noncommittal at best, but she didn't seem to notice.
"I can't believe they fit so perfectly. I feel like Cinderella."
Jace was almost embarrassed by how loud she was being with her excitement over those ugly boots. He winced and glanced around the store, glad to see the only other customers were way over in the dry goods department. Because now Dink was jumping up and down, obviously testing the fit of the shoes.
"Well, what do you think?"
She pranced a little in place, obviously doing what she thought was a kind of modeling turn. "They're, She looked so excited, and there really wasn't any good way out of this. "They're not really my style." Oh, shoot. That hadn't been the right thing to say, judging by the way her face fell. He hurried to make it better. "I mean, it's not something I would wear, but—" Nope, that didn't make it better either. Her chin rose and she frowned slightly.
"But it's something I would wear."
Seeing her standing proudly, stubbornly, there in black leggings and a hoodie and those things, he had to admit she was right. Yeah, I think that's true."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Only that they're pretty, artistic."
"They're gorgeous," she said, planting her hands on her hips.
He shrugged. "You don't think they're a little loud? I mean, what would you do with them?"
"I'd wear them all the time. I'm in Idaho, aren't I?"
She held out one foot and beamed at it.
"I don't own a single pair of cowboy boots, and these are just the most incredibly wonderful pair I've ever seen. And they fit me."
Jace winced again, then sighed. "Well, if you like them, I guess." He still thought that they were pretty atrocious, but he also knew that she had different tastes.
"I love them."
With that declaration, she nodded forcefully and added a glare for good measure. Then she plopped right back down in the middle of the store's front aisle and began to tug them off.
"And I don't care if you don't like them, Jace Cunningham. I'm going to get them and wear them everywhere, because they're just perfect."
"Fine." He threw his hands up. "Fine." It's not like she had to worry about a dress code or anything. "How much are they?" She was carefully placing the boots back into the box they'd been standing on in the front window, obviously planning on carrying the whole thing up to the registrar.
"I don't know, and I don't care. I want them."
He leaned over to check the box. $75? He had no idea how much women's shoes cost, but that seemed pretty expensive for a pair of novelty boots. She turned the box around so she could see the tag, then snorted.
"I wish."
"No," she said as she scrambled to her feet and shoved her feet back into her old shoes.
"These are designer, Jace. See?"
She pointed to the label, like that would mean something to him. While he took immaculate care and great pride in his own wardrobe, he knew nothing about women's fashions.
"These are $750.
Dollars? He couldn't help that he sounded like he was choking. He was choking. Someone would pay $750 for those things?
"I would."
Oh boy. He could tell from the stubborn tilt of her chin he'd gone too far. But Jace couldn't help it. That was a lot of money. He held his hands up in a pacifying gesture. Okay. Listen, they're not exactly my style, but I can see you really like them."
"They're my style." Yeah, I can see that. All I'm saying is that's a lot of money to spend on shoes. Actually, quality men's shoes cost about the same, but his were practical for his lifestyle, going from business to pleasure seamlessly. He wore them every day. These things were just for show, weren't they? But she moved the box until she was hugging it protectively against her chest. I know that, Jace, but... What about Wanda? He was kind of proud he remembered her car's name. She blinked and frowned a little. What? Your car, Wanda. Dead, right? You're going to have to buy a new car, is what you told me just the other day. They talked about it on the ride home from the Chinese restaurant when he'd been trying to distract himself from her promise to try the kissing experiment again. It hadn't really worked. Nothing could distract him from her kisses. So? Her chin went mulishly up. Well, I just think it's irresponsible of you to spend $750 on a pair of boots when you should be saving for a car. He could see her jaw tighten, and he knew that she was angry. Irresponsible? You think I'm irresponsible? I think you're impulsive, and you don't really think things through, and that's what you're doing here, isn't it? You should be saving that money. I knew you didn't think very much of me, Jace, but insults aren't... I'm not insulting you. This wasn't anything he hadn't said to her, about her, in the past. I'm just stating fact. You're rash, and I think spending so much money on boots is pretty darn rash when you've got to buy a car soon. Were those tears in her eyes? Jace wondered what had gone wrong. He hadn't said anything new. Dink, I'm just saying spending that much on shoes is irresponsible. I hear what you're saying, Jace. I just can't believe it. Exasperated, he asked, What? What am I saying? It's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it. What's that supposed to mean? It means that you and I obviously value different things. He threw up his hands. Well, that's for sure. I don't value ugly cowboy boots that cost a month's salary for some people. I'm not talking about the boots, Jace. Well, I am. She hugged the box closer, and he hated the way a fat tear rolled down her cheek. He'd made her cry, and he didn't know why. But the boots are just a symptom. I value happiness and excitement, and, I don't know, spontaneity. And you... She sniffed. You can't even understand that, can you? Much less find value in it. He ran his hand across his hair, unsure where this conversation had gone. I honestly don't know what you're talking about, Dink. I know. The words came out as a sob, and he wanted to wrap his arms around her, but knew she would push him away. And he didn't think he could stand being pushed away. That's the problem. She took a stumbling step backwards, shaking her head. You don't see value in the same things I do, Jace. You're all schedules and plans and accounting. You don't know how to just let go and live in the moment. With boots? What in the heck was she talking about? With me, she sobbed, thrusting the boot box into his arms. And that's when he knew he'd lost her. All he felt as she ran out the door of the general store, the little bells tinkle mocking them both, was emptiness and fear. Oh no, oh no. It was all Dink could think, huddled in the big bed in the back bedroom of the tiny house. I've lost him. Her sobs had subsided by the time she'd reached the house, out of breath and cold inside, and somehow so much less than she'd been even an hour ago. That wonderful feeling of being with Jace, sitting beside him in church, laughing with him over ice cream, had been replaced with an emptiness she couldn't begin to understand.
And then, when she'd flopped down on the bed, on the side she'd come to think of as hers, even though he hadn't shared the bed since they cleaned off his the morning after their kiss, the tears had come again. Great, heaving, racking sobs which left her feeling even emptier, if that was possible. She'd taken Haggard out to play with, but even watching him nuzzle around in the blankets for grubs hadn't made her heart any less heavy. All she could think of was the look of confusion on Jace's face as she realized he really didn't understand what she was trying to tell him. Dink groaned and flopped against the pillow. Did she understand what she'd been trying to tell him? She thought so, but it was just so hard to articulate. Another sob caught her by surprise, and she forced herself to take, and hold, a deep breath. She and Jace were different. She knew that. She'd known that from the beginning. At first, those differences had been infuriating and difficult, but then, as they'd gotten to know one another better, those differences hadn't seemed to matter so much at all. Like, maybe, even though they were so different, they could still be good together, work well together, live well together, love one another? She'd thought it, sure, and had even thought that Jace's difference from her was what made her love him. He was just so steady and straight-laced, and maybe, after a long string of artist boyfriends, that's what she'd needed. She'd loved Magnus at one point, but that had been spontaneous and temporary. What she felt for Jace was different. It felt fuller, longer. She'd known him for such a short time, but knew loving him wasn't impulsive, wasn't brash. It was right and true and based in mutual respect. At least, that's what she'd believed up until this afternoon. Jace was perfect for her. Too bad she wasn't perfect for him. The tears began again, and she realized that she'd soaked through the pillowcase, so she flipped it over to the dry side in disgust. Luckily, she didn't have to be quiet because he hadn't followed her back. Part of her had desperately hoped he would chase after her and apologize. But she was also glad she had the house to herself and could cry as loud as she wanted for now. Later, when he came home, she'd try her best to be mature and stable. But for now, she cried. How could she fall in love with a man who thought so poorly of her, who thought she was irresponsible, who was just so sure, so positive her way was wrong and his way was right, who didn't see even the teeniest speck of value in the way she lived her life? Oh, Dink knew she could be spontaneous, and wanting those gorgeous boots had been pretty darn spontaneous. But they would have made her happy, wouldn't they? They were stunning and fit her perfectly, and she loved them. But they were $750, money she should be saving for a new used car, right? She groaned again, hating Jace and hating the fact that she knew, deep down, he was right. She should be saving that money for a car, and it probably was irresponsible to throw it away on a pair of boots. And that made her cry even harder. She was angry at him for being right, and even angrier that she was able to understand his point of view when he couldn't understand hers. Why should she be the one to concede when he hadn't? It wasn't fair that she could find value in his thoughts and feelings, and he couldn't in hers. That's when the emptiness in her stomach caused her to double over in pain. I hate him. I love him. Why can't he love me? Surely loving someone meant finding value in their opinions, in the things they valued. She wanted those shoes and hated that he'd called her irresponsible, but she could admit that maybe he was right too. How come he couldn't do the same for her? Eventually, Dink calmed down enough to unlock the bedroom door and sit quietly on the edge of the bed. She went through her arguments in her head, trying to not just understand, but to express. She even woke Haggard back up and practiced her explanation on him, in a whisper. He was unimpressed, but she hoped Jace would be. By dinner time, not that she was hungry at all, she was fairly certain she could explain her pain in a clear, concise manner. She'd rehearsed how to describe her original upset, those stupid, wonderful boots, and how his reaction had made her feel. As long as he didn't interrupt her, she hoped to be able to make him understand why she'd been so hurt, and why she was still hurt. She needed him to understand, so that maybe, just maybe, he'd be willing to compromise too, and take a step towards valuing her opinions and way of life the way she'd apparently been able to value his. A good, long conversation was what they needed. Too bad she never got the chance. After hours of alternating between crying and hoping he didn't walk in to find her like that, and crying and wishing he would come home and see how much he'd hurt her, she had to accept the truth. Jace wasn't coming home. Maybe this wasn't even his home anymore, as long as she was here. She brushed her teeth, while crying, which is pretty messy, and then curled up in bed. He wasn't coming home. Where had he gone? He wasn't even coming home to find out how calm and stable she'd decided to be as she explained her concerns. He wasn't going to comfort her and hold her while she cried and acted completely unstable? Dink couldn't decide which was worse, not having the chance to show him that she valued him, or not having him there to make her feel better. Her stomach felt like she'd swallowed rocks, her chest ached, and her head was pounding. For the millionth time, she considered calling Ellie, or even Muzz, and having one of them come over to give her the hug she so desperately needed. But she couldn't stand the thought of talking to anyone else before she talked to him. And besides, if he wasn't here, he was probably with Will, which meant she couldn't talk to Ellie anyhow, right? He wasn't coming home. Finally, Dink moved to the center of the big bed, propped some of the pillows up at her back, and wrapped her body around two more. If she closed her eyes and took a few deep, hiccupy breaths, she could just pretend that those weren't pillows, but a man. A man with his arms around her. A man who cared for her and her opinions and her values, who had pulled her tightly against his chest to keep her secure and cherished. A man who loved her. Jace. Thankfully, she fell asleep before she remembered it was all pretend. Chapter 9. He still wasn't home the next morning. Dink could tell just by the way the house felt when she opened her eyes. How had the tiny house become a home in only a few short days? And how had Jace managed to wrap his way so tightly into her life she could feel the difference when he wasn't home? Sighing, she pulled herself out of bed and stumbled into the bathroom to dig around for a painkiller. Her head was pounding. Apparently, whatever she'd been doing last night, it hadn't really been sleep. She felt drained, empty. Last night she'd been angry, full of desperate tears. But this morning she was just filled with a sort of dull, aching sadness. Staring at herself in the mirror, at the bags under her eyes, Dink wondered if she'd already come to terms with the fact that Jace wasn't part of her life anymore. Is that why the anger was gone, and all she felt was loneliness? After her breakup with Magnus, she'd been angry. But when that anger had ebbed, all that had been left was a vague sort of indifference. Right now, though, she couldn't imagine ever being indifferent to losing Jace. The memory of his kisses, his smile and laughter, would haunt her forever. Dink sniffled pitifully. She wanted ice cream, but the thought of going back to Sadie's soda saloon or the general store to get some just made her stomach hurt. Just the idea of walking through the Wild West town, where he'd had his arm around her only yesterday, was unbearable. And the worst part was that Ellie was getting married tomorrow. Tonight was the rehearsal and the private dinner Kelsey had arranged at the cafe, and Dink was going to have to see Jace again. Not just see him, but work with him through all of the last-minute planning details she'd agreed to do because she wanted this wedding to be a success. When all she really wanted to do was crawl back into bed and cry. Well, maybe not cry. The idea of having to work with Jace again was heartbreaking, but it seemed like she didn't have any tears left. Dink pulled on her robe and started the coffee. She was just biting into the last donut in the fridge. She still wasn't hungry, but it didn't seem right to drink coffee without something sweeter, when the front door opened. The pastry turned to an ashy lump in her mouth when Jace walked in. He stopped and stared at her, and she forced herself to swallow. He looked terrible and wonderful all at once. Jace was still wearing the clothes he wore to church yesterday morning, but was significantly more wrinkled, which, knowing him, was probably the end of the world. His pea coat was thrown over his arm, and after the initial pause of seeing her in the kitchen, he closed the door behind himself and dropped the bundle in his arms on one of the chairs. Then he went back to staring at her. Dink shifted uncomfortably and put down the hot coffee. He was here. He was here, and he was just looking at her. All yesterday afternoon, she would have given anything to have him walk through that door, to have him look like he hadn't slept, to see him rumpled and baggy-eyed. But now that he was here, and he wasn't saying anything, Dink wasn't sure what she thought. She just felt empty. He'd come home, but it was too late now. Wasn't it? Hi. His creamy brown eyes roamed over her face when he greeted her, but she noticed he was still balanced on the balls of his feet, like he was expecting her to run. Instead, she turned towards the counter, placing her hands on either side of her mug, and tried to keep her fingers from curling into fists. She couldn't look at him without aching. Hi yourself. She heard him take a deep breath. Are you okay? They were going to be mundane about it? Well, she could play that game. I'm fine. She was anything but fine, but after the heartbreak he'd put her through, she wasn't going to let him know that. If he wanted to pretend everything was okay, then she would too. Dink, When she didn't look at him, he trailed off. Had he lost his nerve? She should probably give him her full attention instead of this cold shoulder, but she couldn't. She was still too angry, too sad. Oh, look, apparently she did have some tears left. One slipped out and rolled down her cheek before she could shut her eyes. She didn't want to start crying again, not around him. But he must have seen it, because he cursed under his breath, and the next thing she felt was his warmth, hovering beside her. He didn't need to touch her for her to know he was there. She could feel his presence with every inch of her skin. And realizing that, knowing her body and her soul were still attuned to him, made the tears start in earnest. Oh, Dink, I'm so sorry. And then she was in his arms, his chin resting on the top of her head and her hands pressed against his chest. She couldn't hug him back if she wanted to. He was holding her too tightly. So instead, she just let herself go limp and let her tears soak through his fancy, soft gray sweater. And he just stood there and accepted her tears, whispering things against her hair that she couldn't understand. Things like, I'm sorry, and I never meant to hurt you. She briefly wondered if the emptiness in her chest and stomach had made her hallucinate. Finally, after what might have been a lifetime standing in the kitchen with his arms around her, he cursed quietly again. She heard that because it was so unlike him, and scooped her up into his arms. She barely had time to squeak out a hiccup before he was settled on the couch, with one arm behind her back and one under her legs. She was sitting on his lap, like she was a child, like he was comforting her. All yesterday, this was what she'd wanted. She'd been angry that he hadn't shown up to offer it, and angrier still that she'd needed it. She'd been willing to compromise, but he hadn't been there to see it, and she knew she couldn't be mad at him for not reading her mind. But after hours of crying, that didn't matter. She'd still be angry. And now? Now she was angry at herself for feeling so comfortable, so secure in his arms. Come on, Dink. I thought you didn't need him. But apparently, she needed him very much after all. Dink, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. He pulled his arm out from under her leg and wiped at her cheeks with one thumb. His palm cupped her cheek, and she felt her traitorous heart melt further. I was an idiot. Can you forgive me? Oh, gosh. That's exactly what she'd spent yesterday wanting to hear. But now she felt like being stubborn. She didn't want him to see how much he'd hurt her. Why were you an idiot, Jace? She meant, do you understand what you did wrong? But he answered differently. Because. He sighed and pulled her forehead against his. Because I didn't understand. I still don't understand, not really, but I hurt you, and I'm sorry for that. Do you want to know? I mean, do you want to understand? Will you explain it? She pulled away, turning just slightly, not out of his arms. She needed his comfort in a way she didn't fully understand, but just enough so she didn't have to look at him while she explained. Taking a deep breath, she remembered all the things she'd practiced saying to Hagrid yesterday, and then threw them all out. I'm impulsive, Jace. I know that. But it's more than being impulsive. It's... A shuddering breath. It's about living in the moment, enjoying life. Your spontaneity is one of my favorite things about you. No, it's not. She'd tried to bite down on the denial, but it came out anyhow. You hate that I'm not like you, all proper and planned out and controlled. He didn't interrupt her to tell her she was wrong. Squeezing her eyes shut on more tears, she willed them not to come out until she was through. And what stinks, what I hate, is that last night I realized you were right, and I should be saving my money for a car. If I could admit your viewpoint had value, how come you... She couldn't finish. Her pitiful question just trailed off as she fought to keep her sobs under control. He didn't say anything, but pulled her head back against his shoulder and wrapped both arms around her once more. And they sat there on the couch, her sideways on his lap, while he rocked. And, God help her, it felt good. Right. Like this was where she belonged. Finally, he spoke. Sweetheart, he murmured against her hair. You know where I spent last night? She shook her head. Outside, in a hammock right down the hill from you. He'd been down by the river the whole night? I knew you were hurting, but I didn't know. He sighed. I didn't understand. Weren't you cold? I was freezing. I didn't sleep much. But when the stars came up over the river and I could see my own breath, all I could think of was sharing that with you. But you weren't there with me, where you belonged. I'm sorry I hurt you. He paused, and they rocked in silence for a few more minutes. Somewhere after midnight, I realized what you were trying to tell me in the store. You and I, we are different, but I don't hate you for it. I shouldn't have said what I did. I shouldn't have told you that you were wrong to want those boots. No, she sighed, drained of everything. No, that's what I was trying to tell you. I realized you were right. I should be saving for a car."
"But that doesn't mean that you have to stop wanting the boots, and I'm sorry I made you feel like that was wrong." He kissed the top of her head again. "You make decisions based on how you feel, and how the outcome will make you feel. I realized that, last night, freezing my butt off down by the river." He sighed. "And I also realized how wonderful and how special that ability is." She stirred.
"What?"
"I can't help the way I am any more than you can, Dink. I analyze. I look at all the outcomes and weigh the consequences. And I make my decisions based on, well, logic, I guess, but a different kind of logic than you use. And once that decision's made, I've never experienced the joy you seem to get from being spontaneous. So I guess what I'm trying to say is..." He took a deep breath. "I see the value in what you value. I'm sorry it took me all darn night to figure that out." Dink straightened and locked eyes with him. A dull, cautious hope began to beat in her chest. This wasn't at all how she'd imagined, hoped, this conversation would go. But arguments never went the way they were supposed to, she'd learned. He leaned forward and kissed her on her nose. Then a kiss on her lips, a quick one, and he rested his forehead against hers. "I realized a lot last night, Dink. I love your spontaneity, and I love how being around you makes me a better man. I love how well we complement each other, and what a good team we make. I love that you've created a successful business that makes kids' worlds better, and that you're so enthusiastic about making Rivers End Ranch a safe haven for kids, just like I was. I love that you look at me and see me, not some kid who had to fight and rebel and turn his life around. I love that about you. I love you." Dink's heart was pounding heavily in her chest, and she could barely hear him over the rush in her ears. Her palms itched to plaster them against his chest, to feel him, to make sure he was real and that his words were real. He loved her? Instead, though, she gave a little eep of surprise when he lifted her again and stood up. He made sure she was steady and standing on her own feet, and then he backed up a step. Dink couldn't do anything more than just stare at him in surprise when he took her hands in his. She wondered if maybe she should have had more coffee after all, because staring up at him, she would swear there were tears in his creamy eyes. And then she sucked in a surprised gasp, half a sob, when he sank to one knee in front of her, still holding her hands in the living room of their tiny house. "Sitting out there last night, Dink, I realized all sorts of things. I realized you and I are probably going to fight a lot over stupid stuff, but as long as we're open-minded enough to listen to each other, we'll both be stronger for it. I realize I've never, ever met anyone who had such a profound effect on me in such a short amount of time." Dink opened her mouth, but wasn't sure what she'd planned on saying. Instead, though, he squeezed her hands. "Shh, I'm not done." He took a deep breath, one that she felt down his arms and up hers and all the way into her chest. "And I realized that I absolutely cannot live without you. You make me want to do something rash, something impulsive." Her heart began to beat double time. "We've put a lot of work into this wedding, Dink, and it'd be a shame to not take advantage of it." It wasn't until she became lightheaded that she realized she was holding her breath, and she sucked in a great lungful of air as she squeezed his hands. "Chase?" "I know I haven't calculated and debated and made lists of pros and cons, Dink, but I don't have to." His beautiful, expressive mouth flashed once into a smile before dropping back into his intense expression once more. "I love you, and I want to be spontaneous. Will you marry me, Lloyd Redfern?"
Her knees gave out, and she sunk to the couch. His eyes didn't leave hers, though, and he actually scooted closer until he was kneeling beside her. "Dink?" She had to take a few deep breaths.
"Are you sure, Jace?"
"Sure about proposing to you?" "Yes." He squeezed her hands. "I love you, Dink, and I know life won't always be easy with me, but I'm hoping that you love me back. Enough to say yes."
"You're talking about getting married tomorrow."
Why didn't she feel more freaked out about this? Maybe it was because she'd agreed with his reasoning.
"It's not like you to make a decision so...
He grinned. "I know. You're rubbing off on me." Maybe he was trying to make her laugh, but all she could do was stare at him.
"You really mean it?"
she asked in a whisper. "I do." The words sounded almost pretentious. "I've been sitting outside in a hammock all night, and I know this is what I want. I hope it's, at least a little, what you want too?" She nodded, still dazed. Jace smiled. "I texted Will first thing this morning, said I wanted to talk to him about a double wedding. He seems really happy for us, but said we had to come talk to Ellie about logistics. I figured that we could go into Reston today to apply for a license, and your maid of honor dress is already that nice cream color. Unless you wanted something else, I mean. Then we could drive into Post Falls or even Spokane this afternoon and pick—"
"It's fine, Jace."
She squeezed his hands to cut him off.
"But, really? You're sure you want to do this?"
"You haven't said how you feel about it, Dink." His expression turned wary. "I just realized I ran in here and blurted this all at you, and I don't even know how you feel. Maybe after yesterday." There was a burst of something in her chest, something that filled up the emptiness. Something warm and light that trailed down her limbs and up her neck. She smiled and squeezed his hands again.
"I love you, Jason Cunningham. I know we haven't known one another too long, but you make me want to be a better person, and I think we fit together pretty well."
The smile that bloomed across his face then was like nothing she'd seen on him before. His teeth were straight and white against his skin, and she untangled one of her hands to cup his cheek.
"I love you, and I was heartbroken yesterday when I thought—"
"I'm so sorry, Dink." In that moment, Dink knew that despite the horrible way she'd felt yesterday, there was no need to rehash it. He loved her, and that was what was important. They were going to fight in the future, maybe more than other couples did. But as long as he loved her enough to think about her viewpoint, like he'd obviously done last night, they'd survive. She caressed his cheek.
"You came back, Jace, and that's what matters. Thank you for considering what I said, and for taking the time to find value in what I value."
"I kind of figured proposing marriage after knowing you a week was proof enough." She had to smile.
"Yeah, I guess it is."
"And—" He reached up to press her hand against his skin. "I haven't heard you say yes, which to me means I'm rubbing off on you, and you're thinking this thing through." Her smile grew.
"Well, one of us has to."
"I haven't had the chance to do anything really special, Dink, like buy a ring. Heck, I haven't had time to brush my teeth or change, but—" He dropped her hands and crawled across the room, which, because of his height and the tiny width of the room, didn't take long, to where he dropped his coat in a bundle. From under the navy blue wool, he pulled out a large shopping bag. When he came back to sit beside her on the couch, Dink's eyes widened. She recognized the general store logo on the bag, and her heart began to pound again. "I'm hoping this is okay, though." He pulled out a box, and she realized that she was holding her breath again. When he took off the cover, she saw a pair of boots. The boots. teal embroidery and turquoise sequins on black leather, the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. The boots she'd positively ached to own, and which ceased to mean anything after their argument yesterday. He'd gone back to buy them for her, even though he thought they were hideous. Slowly, she reached out one hand to caress the leather and raised her eyes to his. "I thought you didn't like these." "I don't, but you do, and I love you." He shrugged. "And I thought that, if you wanted, maybe you could wear them tomorrow, down the aisle." He was back to looking hesitant, unsure, and her heart expanded with love for him. "Tomorrow?" she teased. "Yeah." He took a deep breath, and she was sorry she'd made him wait so long to hear the words. "If you want to. Marry me, I mean." Her joy surprised a burst of laughter out of her, and she threw her arms around his shoulders, the boots squished between them. After a frozen moment, his arms snaked around her, pulling her closer. "Is that a yes, I hope?" "Yes." She kissed his neck and loved the way he shuddered. "Yes, I'll marry you, Jace Cunningham." With that, he stood up, pulling her with him. "Thank goodness. And the boots?" "I'll wear them. They'll look great with the dress." "They'll look terrible with the dress, but they'll look great on you." "Thank you." She kissed him again quickly, wanting to linger but knowing they had too much to do. "For the boots, and for understanding." "I meant it, Dink. You make me a better man." "Well, you're welcome then," she said cheekily. When he inhaled, she felt it in her chest too. "Then I suppose we've got a lot to do today. Talk to Pastor Kevin first, then go into town to see about the license. Oh, first, I guess we better talk to Ellie to make sure she's really okay with her maid of honor turning into her co-bride." "I'm glad to see you're back to your list-making self, but that's not the first thing you need to do." He blinked. "Oh, I guess you're right. I'll go talk with your father, ask his permission." She giggled. "No way. I'm my own woman. Although we probably should tell him and Muzz." "And Elf, too. He doesn't strike me as a guy who likes to sit around." "You're gonna like him, I think. But that's still not the first thing you need to do." When he looked down at her all confused, obviously trying to figure out what she was talking about, she took pity on him and wrapped her arm around his neck. "Silly man," she said, pulling him down towards her lips. "First thing on your list should be that you need to kiss me." He chuckled, then drawled, "Yes, ma'am," right before their lips met. It was like coming home. Chapter 10. The chapel was beautiful. Will's cousin and sisters had been in charge of decorations, and Jace thought they'd done a good job. Bundles of autumn wildflowers and ribbons hung from the pews and the windows, and looked pretty old-fashioned, he had to admit. Jess, Will's cousin, sat in the front pew with the Redferns, tucked up under her new husband's arm. She, like the other family members and many of the tourists who'd been invited, had dressed with a nod to the Wild West theme of the wedding. Long dresses and fancy vests abounded. In fact, standing at the altar beside Will, Jace had to admit the whole wedding looked like something out of a movie, which, he supposed, had been the point. Pastor Kevin, Will, and Jace were all wearing simple black suits with narrow ribbons tied into bows under their starched collars. Will's ridiculous lavender cowboy boots were peeking out from the bottom of his trousers, but Jace had stuck with his comfortable and classy Floorshimes, thank you very much. The other Weston brothers, including Wes, who'd returned to the ranch with his new fiancée in time for the wedding, ranged behind him to stand as groomsmen for their brother. They'd made do with dark jeans and vests over their white button-up shirts. Jace figured the only reason none of them were wearing actual cowboy hats was out of respect for the pastor. It sure looked like a wedding from 100 years ago, and judging from the frantic whir and snap of the professional photographer's camera, Jace wasn't the only one who thought so. This would be a fantastic publicity stunt, and a great way to kick off Rivers End Ranch's hopes of becoming an Old West wedding destination spot. With a chord, the old upright piano in the back of the chapel began to play Vivaldi's Spring from his The Four Seasons, and Jace smiled. Sadie from the saloon hadn't been kidding. She really did roll the thing over here and up the ramp in order to play at the wedding, and she really was wearing what might pass as a Wild West saloon girl's gown, complete with the low-cut front and the exposed garter. She might not be the world's best pianist, but what she lacked in technical skill she made up for with enthusiasm, and the old piano brought Vivaldi's masterpiece to life in an unexpected way. Jace felt his throat tighten as the chapel's back doors opened. The first lady through was Will's first love. Indy, the border collie, came bounding up the aisle, a bunch of wildflowers tied with a big bow around her collar. Will dropped to his haunches, and the dog came right to him, placing her paws on his shoulders to lick his face. Many of the tourists chuckled to see the display, but Will was too busy murmuring praise and scratching behind Indy's ear to notice. Jace just grinned, knowing his best friend's soft spot for the dog, and agreeing there'd been no way they could have had the ceremony without a special appearance by Indy. When the door opened again, Will was still busy with his dog, but Jace and the rest of the Westons, and their guests, turned toward the rear of the church. Will's sister Kelsey stepped inside. She was wearing the simple, chocolate-colored gown Ellie had picked out weeks ago, cut to fit over her growing belly. Clutching the wildflower bouquet, the florist in Riston had done a great job. In front of her, she stepped into the chapel. Knowing her, Jace could imagine she wanted to skip down the aisle, but instead she kept up a sedate pace, stopping only to blow a kiss to her husband in the second row before arriving at the altar. She stopped in front of Will, who slowly stood up and gestured to Indy to lay down. The two siblings shared a look before Jace's friend opened his arms and she stepped into them for a hug. There was some sniffling from the audience, but Jace was just pleased his best friend was surrounded by his family on such an important date. And being without any family of his own, Jace had to admit he was glad to be surrounded by the Weston clan today, too. This family had welcomed him years ago, and he was proud to be standing up here between Will and Wade. When the back door next opened, Kelsey's twin Danny stepped through. She wore a dress that matched her sister's, although she didn't look thrilled about it. Her dark hair was decorated with a flower, and Jace knew her twin had been responsible for that little detail. From what he knew of Danny, she was no more comfortable in the bridesmaid's dress and flowers than Jace himself would have been. She didn't quite scowl as she made her way down the aisle to stand on the other side of Kelsey, but she didn't look too happy when the photographer took a close-up to record the moment for posterity. Will glanced over at him, and Jace was surprised to see a big grin on his face. More surprising was when he felt himself return it. His wedding day. If he'd ever imagined it, Jace would have assumed it would be a solemn occasion. But how could today be solemn? He was standing beside his best friend, surrounded by people who had accepted him as family, and about to marry a woman who brought out the best in him. The two grooms stood, impatiently shifting their weight, while Sadie finished up Vivaldi's Spring. This would have been the time that Dink, as maid of honor, would have walked down the aisle. But with the last-minute rearrangements, these last few stanzas didn't accompany anyone. Judging from the shifting and throat-clearing from the chapel, Jace wasn't the only impatient one. Yesterday was still a bit of a blur. After proposing to Dink, they'd met Will and Ellie at the cafe for breakfast. Both of them had been thrilled to share their wedding day with the newly engaged couple, and were happy to rearrange things to make it work. Then he'd taken Dink into town to apply for a marriage license, Idaho didn't require a waiting period. Thank goodness. And they've been able to scrape together all the documents needed. And for a nice lunch. The rest of the day had been spent in a whirlwind of activity with her family, preparing the chapel and the reception site. Jace glanced over at the front row and made eye contact with Muzz, Dink's mom. She winked, and he found himself smiling. Yesterday, when they'd announced their plans to the Redferns, she'd wrapped her arms around his middle. She only came up to his shoulders, just like her youngest daughter, and given him a hug so welcoming that Jace had felt tears pricking behind his eyelids. Would she be as loving and supportive a pseudo-mother as Mrs. Raymond had been? In that moment, he wondered if Mrs. Raymond could see him, looking down from heaven. Would she be proud of the man he'd become? Would she approve of the hasty and impulsive decision he'd made to marry Dink? As if to answer his question, Muzz had stepped back and met his eyes and smiled. "We're very pleased to welcome you to the family, Jason. You love her, and she loves you. It's not rocket surgery." That little exchange, complete with the misplaced idiom, had meant more to him than he'd been able to express. So he'd just hugged the little woman and vowed to never give her a reason to doubt him. Maybe that showed today, because Muzz just smiled and gave him a thumbs up, and he remembered all the things Dink had said about her mother, and smiled in return. He was still smiling when Sadie finished the last chord of Vivaldi and launched into Mendelssohn's Wedding March. The chapel doors closed, and there stood the brides. Ellie's long blonde hair had been curled so that it lay perfectly just over the shoulders of her modest, old-fashioned gown. She clung to her father's arm, and Jace thought he noticed her bouquet shaking a bit as they started down the aisle towards the altar. Beside him, Will whispered something under his breath Jace couldn't make out, and stepped down to take his soon-to-be wife's hand. He helped her up the step to stand in front of Pastor Kevin, and then it was Dink's turn. Jace watched as she smiled up at her big brother. Elf looked out of place in the black suit, but Jace had been glad to hear he'd decided to take Wade up on his offer of temporary employment. It would be good to get to know the big mechanic a little better. Dink, on the other hand, looked thrilled and gorgeous. Her smile alone meant she could be wearing a sackcloth and still make Jace's heart beat faster. Her gown was the same simple cut as the other bridesmaids, but the creamy hue set off the teal of her eyes, and her hair. She'd pinned up the front with the same wildflowers she held, so Jace and everyone else could see the teal ombre perfectly. It seemed so perfectly Dink. When everyone else was doing their best to fit into the old-fashioned theme of the wedding, she had to go her own way. Jace smiled to realize he was looking forward to a lifetime of following behind her as she carved her own path through what was expected. It wasn't until she started down the aisle, practically pulling her brother, that Jace realized how unique his Dink really was. Sometime in the last 24 hours, she'd altered her gown. Whereas Kelsey and Danny's dresses fell in simple pleats to their calves, Dink had somehow managed to pull hers up to her knees. Jace couldn't tell if she'd cut the dress, or sewn it differently, or what, but he realized he didn't care. Because thanks to the cream-colored dress's alteration, her legs were the focus of that gown. And on her legs? Those boots. The same hideously wonderful black and turquoise boots she loved so much. The boots that had helped him understand her and his feelings for her. The boots that he'd used to propose the most reckless and brash move of his entire life. Marriage to a woman he'd met the previous week. A woman he loved more than he'd ever thought possible. Mendelssohn and the gathered crowd faded into the background, and all Jace could see was her. He stepped down to meet her in the aisle, and when she reached him, her smile was bright enough for him to remember forever. Dink dropped her brother's arm. Elf just smiled and moved to sit beside his mother and father, and grabbed Jace's hand. When they touched, he felt that same spark he'd felt last week, the first time he touched her, the same spark they shared when they kissed, and the spark he was looking forward to exploring further, now that they could share the tiny house's back bedroom without worrying about propriety. His lips quirked upwards. "Nice boots," he whispered. "You think so?" She stuck one toe out and smiled down at them admirably. "The love of my life proposed with them." "Smart man." When she met his eyes again, he winked. "Lucky man." Dink took a deep breath, then squeezed his hand, her expression suddenly serious. "Jace, are you still sure about this?" Her voice was low enough that he knew only he could hear it. He dropped his forehead to hers and inhaled, smelling the clean, perfect scent of her. "Sweetheart, I've never been more sure of anything in my life." "Really? Because usually—" There was a teasing light in her beautiful teal-blue eyes, and Jace smiled, knowing what she was hinting at. But it didn't matter, because he was sure. There'd been no considering, no debating, no spreadsheets. He'd made this decision with his heart, and he knew it was the right one. He had a new job starting next week at a ranch that was like a home to him. He had an agreement from Wade to rent the tiny house on a month-to-month lease until they could find something in town they liked more. He had his best friend nearby and 2 different families who were ready to welcome him as one of their own. And he had the woman he loved beside him. What more could any man ask for? He was truly blessed. So Jace kissed her nose and straightened. Turning, he offered her his arm. She snaked hers through it, pulling his elbow up against her side as they faced the altar and the couple already standing in front of Pastor Kevin. Jace took a deep breath and felt her do the same. But when he glanced down at her, she was already looking up at him, smiling. He smiled in return. "Come on, sweetheart. Let's be impulsive." She was giggling as they stepped up to the altar to begin their new lives together. This has been Wild West Wedding, Book 9 of the Rivers and Ranch series, written by Caroline Lee, narrated by Rick Barr, published by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. Copyright 2016 by Caroline Lee. Production copyright 2021 by Caroline Lee and Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. All rights reserved. This audio has been brought to you by Bar 26 Publishing, LLC. For more content, check out the rest of our channel.